Just coming up to 11 o'clock now, and we'll be on to the line with the first event of this year's National Track Cycling Championships, which is the Elite Men's Sprint Qualifying. And our first rider we'll be looking for is rider number 22, Zaran Fong Sutton from Victoria. He'll be followed by Josh Gluck from Queensland, then Shane Perkins from Western Australia, Blake Long from WA, and also Bryson Fletcher from Queensland. Our first 5 riders who are starting to line up in the back straight now. Take this chance to welcome everyone around the country and possibly around the world who is joining us on AusCycling YouTube channel here today. This is the first session of the AusCycling Track National Championships here at the Anna Meares Velodrome. The first event that's coming out onto the track this morning will be our Elite Men's Sprint Qualifying. We've got Elite Men's Sprint Qualifying, junior sprints all through the day today, individual pursuits for the Elite men and junior men. We've got Kieran Racing and Scratch Races to finish off the night in the women's divisions as well. So a big day of racing, and we're just about to get underway. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now underway for our first rider of the day. Please welcome in the home straight rider number 22, representing Victoria. This is Zaran Fong Sutton. The Elite Men Sprint Qualifying here this morning at Anna Meares Velodrome. We've got 22 riders, and we're looking for the top 16 riders that will go through to round 1. And of course the sprint program starts and finishes today, so a big day of sprinting for all of these riders. And we have the absolute best of the best of Australian sprinting here as Zaran goes through with 2 laps to go, just starting to concentrate on the job at hand. He'll be looking to do the fastest time he possibly can here today to get the ball rolling. Matt Richardson, Tom Cornish, Matthew Glaetzer, all on the start list here for this sprint championship. Zaran Fong Sutton comes through the finish line now, gets underway, breaks the 200-metre tape and heads down the back straight. Moving nice and smooth as he goes down the back straight. 5.29 through the first 100. We'll see where Zaran can finish off. 10.759 for the first time of the day. Just under 67 kilometres an hour, riding 10.7 there. So our first man is out and done. We now welcome our Queenslander, Joshua Gluck. Quite steamy conditions here inside the Anna Meares Velodrome here this morning. It's about 31 degrees forecast here in Brisbane today, so it's a little bit muggy outside, as you'd imagine, for those of you who know Queensland. So none of the fans on in the grandstand at the moment, so trying to keep the area nice and fast for all of our riders. Everyone using double discs in this style of event. As Gluick starts to get up speed. Home track, home advantage. He'll know the line to take. Double Campag Nolo lifts as they go down the back straight now. Looking very nice and smooth, the Queenslander. They've always got a good reputation for bringing on fast bike riders in Queensland. He comes up and stops the clock. 10.59, top of the leaderboard for now. For the Queenslander, nice way to get on and leave the track. We now welcome our next rider, a man who really needs no introduction to the sport of track cycling in Australia, and now wearing the black and gold colours of Western Australia as he heads towards the back straight. Former world Keirin champion, former world team sprint champion. We welcome Shane Perkins back on to the Anna Meares Velodrome here. Never been far away from the sport since his premature retirement from racing a few years ago. Starting a good business in the gym industry. Has been on the front of the para-tandems as well. Now Shane Perkins rode 10-1 at the state championships in Western Australia. Anna Meares Velodrome, top of the back wheel there. He won't like that as he heads down the back straight. And see what Perkins can do through the first 100. Goes through 4.89. Looking for the fastest time so far this morning from Shane Perkins. And the first man under 10 seconds, 9.932. That was with quite a bit of a skip of the wheel as he went in, which would have just given him a bit of a hiccup there. But put your hands together for Shane Perkins when he comes back into the home straight as we change over to his teammate from Western Australia, number 35. This is Blake Long with the red helmet as he just heads out underneath the scoreboard now. So the experience of Shane Perkins and now the new rider in Blake Long. And his second at national championships. He's the starter for the West Australian team. So big things expected from Blake over the next couple of days. Shane Perkins puts it under the 10-second range straight away. See what Blake Long can come up with. Then we'll have Bryson Fletcher, Ned Pollard, Hejin Jung from Korea, Nicholas Papadakis from Victoria, Jade Madden from Victoria. Then we've got Finn Carpenter, who'll be going in heat number 10 as Blake Long gets underway this time. Smoother ride into the 200 than Perkins, his teammate, as he heads down the back straight this time, looking quite smooth. Goes through the first 200, 5.1. Looking to try and get possibly the second fastest time if he can finish it off here. And he does indeed. 10.487 for Blake Long. Goes to number 2 for now. We welcome our next rider. This is from Queensland again. This is Bryson Fletcher, just rolling through the home straight. So Fletcher out of the saddle as he heads down the back straight, going to use the run of the banking just to try and get up onto that big gear ratio that these sprinters use nowadays. Monster gears that they try and get round these tracks. Out of the saddle, the Queenslander. Have a good look at his line as he goes through the 200. As the Queenslanders will know the line better than anyone. Well, it goes up to the 100 now, 5.09. Up into second spot for now if he can hang on to it. Hits the tape, 10.386. That's a nice ride there from Bryson. He goes up into number 2. For now, Shane Perkins leads the way. Our next rider who's going to come into the home straight. This is heat number 6. This is Ned Pollard from Victoria. Another one of the very, very fast Victorians. A good group of Ned Pollard, Nicholas Papadakis, Jade Madden, and of course Sam Gallagher, the 4 sprinters from Victoria. Victorian riders always make the Keirin and sprint events very exciting indeed, and they'll be looking to do make the final in the team sprint here this weekend as well. So a lot of competition here in the Olympic year. Everyone trying to bring their absolute best. As Pollard builds up speed now. We'll come to the home straight, this time really motoring. Gets the bell lap this time. With that real bobbing head action when he's out of the saddle. Nice and smooth when he sits down though. See how he goes through the first 100. Second fastest for now. Can he hang on to it into the home straight? Got to be strong over that last 50, and he is. 10.29 for Ned Pollard. Puts himself up into second for now. Just goes to show how good a ride Shane Perkins has done so far. Sitting at the top of the leaderboard with 9.9 in this first group of sprinters. Our next rider just going underneath the scoreboard now, heading it down the back straight. The first of our international competitors here from Korea. This is Ho-Jin Jung. We've got a number of internationals racing as part of the championships this year. I'll mention them as we go through. But Jung into the home straight with 2 laps to go. The idea here for all the riders in this build-up, just the first lap is really concentrate, make sure you feel right. A lap and a half to concentrate at the job at hand, and then when you go through with 2 to go, you start thinking about building up the pace, and Jung is now building up the pace nicely as he comes into the home straight. Dives down and goes through the 200, nice and strong down the back straight. We'll see what he goes through the first 100 in. 5.1, so a little bit of work to do in the home straight, but going okay. Hits the line, 10.528 for him. We now welcome Nicholas Papadakis from Victoria. Our 8th rider out onto the track here this morning. So if you'd like to see the live timing, just go to results.auscycling.org.au and you'll be able to see the live timing going up as the racing goes here this weekend. Papadakis moving nicely as he goes to the 200. Fastest time so far is Shane Perkins, 9.932. Papadakis 4th through the first 100 so far. Let's see how strong he can be in the home straight. Gets himself up into 3rd spot, 10.332 for Papadakis. And the next of our Victorian riders, just going across the start-finish line, number 25. This is Jade Madden from Victoria. They'll be the 9th of our 22 riders trying to qualify into the top 16 here this morning. So Madden out of the back straight as he heads towards Bell lap this time, building up nicely. On a very, very big gear here as Madden out of the saddle. Strong through the shoulders, moving nicely, sits down, trying to get right on top of that gear as he goes through the 200. He's smooth down the back straight. Has he got enough speed going at the moment through the first 100? Still second to Perkins at the moment. Going to have to be strong over this last 50 as he goes to the line, 10.2. Second fastest time of the day so far. Just over 70 kilometres an hour, if you don't mind. Welcome the next of our West Australians into the home straight. This is Finn Carpenter, rider number 29. As Jade Madden just slows himself down to recover, but Finn Carpenter comes from an excellent BMX background. One of those riders who took full advantage of AusCycling coming together in November 2020. So Carpenter just concentrating at the job at hand. Represents Western Australia, West Aussie through and through, but does all of his training in South Australia with a training agreement with the South Australian Sports Institute. So one of those riders who keeps improving year after year. Let's see if he can go to number one on the top of the board today. Getting everything he can out of that bike as he goes through the 200. Nice and fast here, Finn Carpenter down the back straight. Through the first 100, second fastest, but very close to where Perkins was. If he can hang on to it, he'll go to the line. Second fastest and breaks the 10 seconds. Nice ride there from Finn, 9.979. The two WA riders, 1 and 2 just for now. We welcome the next of our international riders here. Rider number 11 onto the track, but rider number 42 representing Korea. This is Chang-wook Kim. Kim building up speed as he comes into the home straight, out of the saddle this time. Labouring that really big gear as he goes in. Possibly needed a little bit more going before he got to the 200. But a monster gear as he goes to the 100 this time. 5.359 for Kim. See if he can go stronger over the last part. Ends with a 10.84. Still the other side of 66 kilometres an hour. Just didn't seem quite to be on top of the gear as he went through 200 metres. Welcome our next rider into the home straight, representing New South Wales. This is John Trovis. So Johnny Trovis heads down the back straight. St George Cycling Club, Junior Worlds medalist as well, national team member in the juniors. Integral part of the New South Wales team, sprint team as well, here over the next few days. And you'll see a lot of the best photographs taken by his dad, who stands track centre taking photos for the AusCycling Championships each year. Johnny Trovis building up pace nicely now. Let's see where Johnny's got it going. Moving nicely as he goes through the 200 this time. Can he get under that miracle mark of 10 seconds here? We've got two riders under it already. Trovis got a little bit of work to do in the home straight, but he's looking smooth. Johnny Trovis goes across 10.31. Goes into 5th position at the moment. So a nice piece of riding there by John Trovis to get his weekend started. The next rider out onto the track now from South Australia. This is Max Liebknecht from South Australia, former junior Australian champion, Max. A few years ago now, when I was last up here in Queensland, saw Max totally dominate the junior ranks. And of course, South Australian team will be looking to put a good team together for the team sprint. Of course, you've got Lee Hoffman and also Matthew Gleitzer as part of the South Australian team. So not a bad team, having 2/3 of the national team as part of it. Liebknecht into the home straight, out of the saddle, moving nicely through the 200. Former junior champion of Australia. Let's see how he's developed over the last couple of years. 3rd fastest through the first 100. Just got to be strong up the home straight, see where he can stop the clock. 10.03. Just outside the miracle, the magic mark rather, the 10-second barrier that these riders will be trying to get themselves inside of here this weekend on such a nice track. So Liebknecht goes to 3, and we welcome The next of our Victorian riders just rolling into the home straight now across the start-finish line. This is Sam Gallagher. Tremendously successful junior, Sam Gallagher. It's good to see that he is still at the top of the game in the elite ranks here. A rider to watch out for in the Kirin Championship, very much so. Very good bike handling skills from this rider. And absolutely no fear in those tight bunch races. Very good tactician as well. I remember watching him in the junior ranks. So let's see what Sam can do here. Out of the saddle, got a very big gear on as he heads down the back straight. Making sure, you've seen one or two riders possibly go through that 200, not quite on top of the gear here so far this morning. Sam Gallagher though, he's not making any mistakes here. He wants the #1 spot as he goes through the 200. Got the big gear going, moving nicely through the first 100, still just outside the time of Perkins. Can he get stronger in the home straight? Not quite, but he goes under 10 seconds, 9.983. This goes to show how good a ride the Perkins has done here, and he hopped his back wheel as he went in, so that unsettled him a little bit when he went through the 200, but still sits top of the leaderboard for now. We've had 14 riders. This is our 15th rider. And this is the popular man in Queensland. Rider number 8 is Byron Davies as he rolls down the back straight. Very successful rider, Byron Davies, 1,000-metre time trial specialist, sprint specialist as well. Had a very good Oceania Championships in New Zealand just a week ago. So been a lot of racing at the top level for a number of these riders, with Nations Cup in Adelaide, then there was the Oceanias. Now we move on to the National Championships. In a week and a half's time, a lot of these Australian sprinters will be in Hong Kong at the Nations Cup again. Davies, though, the biggest man in the bunch, goes through the 200. If anyone's going to go top of the leaderboard now, it's going to be this man as he goes through the 100. Fastest time so far. Byron Davies into the home straight. Where's he going to stop the clock? 9.794 to go top of the leaderboard. Just the other side of 73.5 kilometres an hour. Nice work here. Byron Davies has turned up once again to a home national championships in very fine form. Another one of the young Queenslanders, former national champion, junior level, superb at world level as well. Ryan Elliott rolling down the back straight now. It's very hard work to get into the Australian sprint team at the moment when you've got the likes of Richardson, Glaetzer, Hoffman and Tom Cornish. But it hasn't deterred the next level of sprinters, has it? But so many riders, such good depth of sprinters here in Australia at the moment. Elliott really building up speed. He's seen his teammate go #1. Can Ryan Elliott get under the time of Byron Davies? He's moving nicely down the back straight through the first 100. A little bit of work to do here. Strong at the home straight. Ryan Elliott, he'll stop the clock. 9.941, so underneath 10 seconds, but nicely. Third fastest of the day so far. This is heat 17, and New South Wales rider again. This is Daniel Barber, #1 on the saddlecloth. So far, #1, we've got Byron Davies, who's done a 9.79. Then Shane Perkins, 9.93. Ryan Elliott, 9.94. Then we've got Finn Carpenter, 9.97. And Sam Gallagher, 9.98. So we've got 5 riders underneath the 10-second mark at the moment. So it's very, very close at the top of the leaderboard. Daniel Barber comes across the line. Here's the bell lap, really moving nicely. One of the quicker ones through the 1 lap to go spot. So that's what Barber can do here. He's on top of the gear as he goes through. Fastest through the 100 here. Where can Barber go as he goes to the line? Just misses out on top spot. Only just though. 9.80 as opposed to Byron Davies, 9.79. Heat number 18 now out on the track and building speed nicely down the back straight. This is Lee Hoffman, the starter for the Australian team sprint team. Let's see what Lee can do here. One of the best in the business in that starting position in the Australian team, world champion in that discipline. He'll go through the first 100, top spot. Let's see where Lee can finish off. Can he get inside the time of Byron Davies? Yes, he can. 9.625, fastest time of the morning for Lee Hoffman. Nice piece of riding there from Lee. And then we move on to another one of our international riders. And without doubt, I would say the most popular of our internationals here, because Victoria have really claimed this man. World Keirin champion multiple times, Asian champion. He's even won Australian championships here. Please welcome in the home straight, Azul Awang from Malaysia. Fantastic results at the Nations Cup in Adelaide. Had a couple of years where the form wasn't fantastic. He's a very, very good leader of the Malaysian cycling team. Azul Awang building up pace here. It really adds that element of excitement in this sprint championship here against the best Australians. Out of the saddle again, not quite happy with the speed so far. Goes through second, fastest through the 100. Let's see where he can finish off the 200. Azul Awang goes across 9.829 to put himself into fourth place for now. We move on to our final three. Please welcome into the home straight, ladies and gentlemen, from South Australia. This is Matthew Glaetzer. So Matthew Glaetzer, Olympian, Olympic medalist, world champion, Commonwealth champion, many times Oceania and national champion. Just the gold medal at the Olympics eludes him at the moment. Can Paris 24 be the year for Matt Glaetzer? Saw him win his first elite national championship in Adelaide in the Keirin in 2012, and then he went on to be team sprint champion that year as well in Melbourne. Glaetzer, what can he do here? Gets so low on the front of this bike for such a big man. Goes through, fastest time through the 100. Where's Matt Glaetzer going to stop the clock here this morning? Glaetzer finishes 9.592, just the other side of 75 kilometres an hour. So our best Australian sprinters have turned up on top of their game after a successful Nations Cup in Adelaide. We welcome our next of our top Australian team members, rider number 2, New South Wales. That's Tom Cornish. Was Tom Cornish famous as a junior for being the world record holder in the 1,000-metre time trial. Another one of our Australians who goes underneath the minute now when he does the time trial. So Cornish into the home straight this time. World team sprint champion. Just a year ago with Hoffman, Richardson and Glaetzer. Really something to look forward to this year with Paris 2024 and our Australian men's team sprint team. Tom Cornish. Nice and smooth through the 200, really smooth down the back straight. Let's see how he goes through the first 100 here. Third fastest, a little bit of work to do here for Tom, but he's a 1,000-metre specialist. He'll finish off nicely. 9.769 for Tom Cornish. Puts himself into third place. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we turn our attention to the home straight again in the black and gold colours. Please welcome the defending champion, Matthew Richardson from Western Australia. He's had a good few years of really building up nicely since the Commonwealth Games here in 2018. Matt Richardson, Been world champion, Commonwealth Games champion, multiple times national champion. Of course, he took out the UCI track series as well. So really regarded as the next really big thing to take on the Dutchman in the sprint racing. So Richardson goes through the 200. Can he go to number one on the leaderboard? He's got a bit of work to do to get Glaetzer here today through the first 100. Fastest so far, the national defending champion, Matt Richardson, stops the clock. Fastest time of the day, 9.471, 76.02 kilometres per hour. So put your hands together for Matt Richardson as he comes into the home straight, ladies and gentlemen. The national defending champion has got himself going nicely here. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just had it confirmed by our judging panel. Matt Richardson has just taken the championship record for the 200-metre sprint, 9.471. That's now an Australian National Championships championship record. As we move straight into our next event, and this is our junior men's sprint qualifying, and coming into the home straight, building up pace nicely, is Zane Fisher from New South Wales. Our first rider in the under-19s. So if you'd like to have a nice close look at all of the results, you can go on to results.auscycling.org.au as Zane Fisher sets the first time for our junior men's 19s, under-19s, 11.72 for Zane. Now his teammate from New South Wales in the home straight, Patrick May, rider number 90. So results.auscycling.org.au, and you'll be able to go through all of the list there. Just having a look. Nicholas Papadakis is the 16th qualifier in 10.332. So the top 16 are the ones that go through. So Patrick May building up pace nicely. Just having a look at the men's elite. So it's Richardson, Glaetzer, Hoffman, Cornish, Davies, Barber, Awang and Perkins. The top 8 there. So Pat May out of the saddle, building up pace nicely through the 200 now. The rising stars of sprinting in Australia here. He goes through the fastest time so far with our junior men's. We'll stop the clock. 10.817. Nice time there from Patrick May. Our junior men's. We move on to our third rider from South Australia. This is Neil van Niekerk. So if you're joining us on the AusCycling YouTube channel, there's plenty of racing to watch this morning. This morning's session is booked in here in Queensland from 11 a.m. till 4 p.m. And then, of course, this evening, session number 2, you'll be able to catch that on SBS On Demand with Kate Bates and Scott McGorry taking care of the commentary on SBS On Demand. And if you're sitting in the grandstands, you'll be able to put that on your tablet and be able to watch the replays this evening as the live action happens. Van Niekerk building up pace nicely, the young South Australian. Takes a good line as he goes into the 200 this time. Moving nicely. See how he goes through the first 100. Fastest time so far for Neil. He'll come up and stock the clock. Neil van Niekerk goes top of the leaderboard with 10.757, just in front of Pat May and Zane Fisher. We welcome the first of our Queenslanders out onto the track now, rider number 98. This is Harry Preston from Queensland. So big opportunity for the Queensland riders. It's always nice to be able to take part in a national championship that is on your home track. Go through the same routine as normal, but you get the added advantage. You can be proud about wearing the Queensland colours here on the Anna Meares Velodrome. If you've never been to the Anna Meares Velodrome, if you're listening to us on our AusCycling YouTube channel, we've got 3 of Anna Meares' bikes on display here at the Velodrome, her Olympic champion winning bikes on the concourse, and you can read all the history of what Anna did and why her name is on this building as you walk in the front doors. Preston goes through the 200 now as he heads down the back straight. See how he goes through the first 100. Third fastest for now. A little bit of work to do in the home straight. Harry Preston stops the clock. 11.271. Nice time for a junior. Next rider into the home straight. This is heat number 5 of our junior men. Representing Queensland, this is Archie Pratt. So as we saw with the elite men, the top 16 of the 22 that we had go through to round number 1. As we're at the junior men, a little bit of a smaller field. So everyone will go through to round number 1. So very, very important to do the best possible time you can, because the fastest times go against the slowest times in the next round. So you want to be as high up the leaderboard as you possibly can as Pratt moves nicely into the back straight, trying to get on top of that big gear through the first 100. Third fastest so far, so he's moving quite nicely. Archie Pratt comes up and stops the clock. 11.056. Third fastest so far. New South Wales rider just rolling past the start-finish line now is Jeremy Cannon. So we've seen a championship record in the elites in this Olympic year. If ever there was a year to bring out your absolute best, this is the one. Saw great riding from our sprinters at the Nations Cup, from team sprint, Kieran, and also in the match race sprinting on the podium for our 2 best sprinters, Richardson and Glaitzer. They won the team sprint as well. So much to look forward to as Jeremy Cannon from New South Wales out of the saddle. Building up pace now. Nice line as he goes through the 200. He's got a time of 10.757 to beat, and that's Neil van der Kerk, who sits at the top of the leaderboard at the moment. Hits the line, Jeremy Cannon. Nice time of 10.849, and puts him up into 3rd place for now. Our next rider just in the home straight now, representing Victoria. This is Ruben Smith. See Ruben just rolling around at the top of the banking there, barely missing the fence line with his elbow at a slow pace. It takes some skill to do that. Building up pace nicely now, just in the saddle. Going to roll down the back straight banking just to try and get on top of the gear a little bit more. You'll notice the junior men just on a slightly smaller gear than the elites. Takes a few years to get the strength to be able to really push those big gears that our elite riders do. Heads down the back straight, moving nicely. Goes to the line, Daniel Power. Sets a time of 10.974. And my absolute apologies to Daniel Power and any of Daniel Power's family who might be watching the YouTube. I read the wrong name. So Daniel Power has just finished a nice ride. 10.974 for Daniel. Now we move on to Reuben Smith, the most talked up junior of the day so far. Pure and simply because I read the wrong name. My apologies to Daniel Power. The Reuben Smith is our rider out on track now. Top time of the day for our juniors, though, is still Neil van der Kerk at 10.757. Then we go 10.8, 10.8, 10.9, 11.05. So it's quite tight at the top of this leaderboard as well. So we'll get ready for some good action in the match race sprinting. There's Reuben Smith. Nice line down the track as he goes through the 200. Right up on top of the gear now. Looking quite quick here, Reuben Smith. Fastest time through the 100. Can he hold on to it in the home straight this time? He'll go through, stop the clock. Fastest time so far, 10.547. Great time there from Reuben Smith. The next of our Victorian riders just going across the start-finish line, rider 115. This is Hamish Clarkson. He's just seen his teammate ride 10.54. So now there's a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a space in the times. 10.54, second place now. Neil van der Kerk, 10.75. So Reuben Smith for now sits top of the leaderboard with a little bit of space. Let's see what his teammate can do here. Hamish Clarkson. Just starting to build up speed here. Not starting really, really early with the pace like some riders have. Now he's getting underway. Really driving into the home straight nicely here. Clarkson. Just rocking and rolling a little bit as he goes through the 200, trying to make sure he gets everything out of that gear. Through the first 100, third fastest so far. Clarkson into the home straight. Can he get faster? Second fastest in the end, 10.69. Nice sprinting there from Hamish Clarkson. He really held on to that strength over the last 100, which is what you really have to do in the match sprinting. So nice ride there. We move on to our next rider from New South Wales, and that is Noah Mason. Rider number 89, just going underneath the scoreboard now. Heat number 10 of 14 together. Let's see what Noah Mason can do. So Mason down the back straight, starting to build up pace now. Out of the saddle into this home straight at Anna Meares Velodrome. Really trying to get everything out. Gets into the aero tuck position as he goes through 200 metres to go. Moving nicely. Second fastest through the first 100 here for Mason. Where's he going to stop the clock? Goes across. Second fastest time so far. 10.609. So Reuben Smith still sits in number one spot. The gap's closing a little bit though. Move on to our Queensland rider now. This is Mitchell Louis on the home track. For those watching at home on AusCycling YouTube, welcome once again. I hope you're enjoying the pictures being brought to you this morning. Good morning of sprinting coming up, because straight on after the qualifying here of our junior men, we'll move into event number 3, which is the first round of the elite men's sprint. So no rest for these riders. Big day of sprinting. We finish with the finals tonight for both of these divisions. And of course, it'll be Matt Richardson versus Nick Papadakis for round number 1, once we get to the completion of our junior men's qualifying. For now, it's Mitchell Louis building up pace nicely here. The man on the home track, what can he do with that advantage here as he goes through the 200? Moving nicely, very low in the front end as he heads down the back straight through the first 100. Fastest time. Come on, Queensland. Let's get behind your rider here as he goes, stops the clock. Fastest time so far, 10.544. So Ruben Smith was 10.547 from Victoria. Mitchell Louis gone through 10.544. The next rider who's just going to go underneath the scoreboard now in the South Australian colours, rider 101, is Kai Arbery. Down to our last 3 riders of Xavier Bland and Tate Ryan, the world champion, to follow on. So Kai Arbery from South Australia is our rider on the track. Just going to roll into the home straight now. 10.544. We've got 8 riders under 11 seconds here already in our junior men's. I've already mentioned how tough it is to get into the elite team with the Australian cycling team for sprinting, but it's not putting people off, is it? We've got good depth here in the riders. Arbery through the 200. Of course, the South Australian riders get to watch the likes of Glaitzer, Richardson, Cornish, Hoffman train all the time in Adelaide. Hits the line, 10.78. 6th place so far, but it's so tight in that top 8 placings. The match sprinting is going to be very, very tight indeed. He's quite happy with his time there, Kai, as well, and he should be. 10.78 as an under 19. Very nice indeed. We move on to our second last starter here, Heat 13. Rider number 83. This is Xavier Bland from New South Wales. Top of the banking as he goes past the back straight grandstand now. Two to go for Xavier as he moves through. Fastest time, 10.54. Second fast, 10.547. Then 10.6, 10.6, 10.7, 10.7. 2 with 10.8 and 1 with 10.9. It's tight at the top. Xavier Bland. Very quick through the 200. One of the quicker ones through that 200 this time. See how that translates over the first 100. Third fastest so far. He's not rocking and rolling. He's looking strong as he comes up the home straight. 4th in the end, 10.672. Just over 67 kilometres an hour. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our final rider onto the track in the home straight, representing South Australia. This is Tate Ryan. Tate Ryan building up pace nicely, world champion in 1,000-metre time trial juniors. Let's see what Tate can do here. Moving nicely. Really trying to get everything out of the bike. Coaches making a lot of noise in the track centre. Fastest time through the first 100. Tate Ryan, where can he finish off here? 10.062. My goodness me. Tate Ryan, world champion in the 1,000-metre time trial, has put his half a second in the rest of the field. Great ride there from Tate Ryan for the junior sprint qualifying. Put your hands together for Tate Ryan, 10.062. And I was just waiting for the confirmation. Please put your hands together. Championship record for Tate Ryan, ladies and gentlemen. 10.062. We've had 2 championship records already, one with Matt Richardson, now with Tate Ryan. So I hope you're enjoying our coverage on the AusCycling YouTube channel around Australia and around the world. If you're in the grandstands here and you know you've got family members who would like to see racing happening, but they might be on the other side of the country or not able to get to the track, just go to the AusCycling YouTube channel and subscribe, and you'll be able to watch all the action here this morning. Of course, tonight it will be on SBS On Demand with Kate Bates and Scott McGorry. So we welcome heat number 1, round 1, onto the track. Please welcome our first rider onto the track from Victoria. This is Nicholas Papadakis, and his opponent from Western Australia, Matthew Richardson. So these early rounds of track sprinting, always a little bit nerve-wracking, even for the top seeds. We've seen top seeds miss out from time to time, misjudging their opponents. So Papadakis has got nothing to lose here, going up against undoubtedly one of the best sprinters in the world at the moment. So make every opportunity to try and take on Richardson every way he can in this one. Let's see if he can just upset the apple cart a little bit. On one of those magnificent velo bikes. Look at the velo bike stand in the back straight. So if you want to go and see up close and personal some of the equipment these riders are using here this weekend, if you're in the velodrome, you can go to the velo bike stand in the back straight. Papadakis leads out from the front. Richardson gains a little bit of height, just trying to get on top of the gear without hurting the legs too much. Papadakis, though, he's underway, goes through the 100, but here comes Richardson up round the outside. And Matthew Richardson will comfortably go through to the next round. And Papadakis shakes his hand and says, you could have made it look a little bit tougher. 10.85, nice ride. And we'll see Nick in the team sprint and the Kieran's as the weekend goes. But a round of applause for Matt Richardson. Job done. And try and save the legs as much as possible, these sprinters, in the higher ranked positions. It's a real powerlifting sport all of a sudden, sprinting, since the days of Gregory Borge and Chris Hoy started just to change the gear ratios in sprinting. And they got bigger and bigger and bigger. So a real powerlifting sport now, sprinting. There's only so many times that you can really lift it that heavily during the day. We move on to heat number 2 of round 1. Welcome our first rider up onto the track from New South Wales. Please welcome John Travis, being held up by the former world sprint champion, Sean Eadie. And of course, please welcome former world sprint champion himself from South Australia. This is Matthew Gleitzer. So John Travis leads the way. National Junior Champion, medalist at World Junior Championships. They'll be looking to take a medal here this weekend as well. It's great to see a lot of these junior riders who have been so successful in the junior ranks. Of course, we had a very disruptive last several years in Australia and around the world with the pandemic and so forth. It's great to see a number of these riders. We haven't lost them from the sport. They're still here, still developing, still moving forward. It's so easy for riders just to look at where the top echelon is and think, no, it's possibly not for me. We're not seeing that with this current crop of juniors over the last several years. Liebschnicht, Travis, Gallagher, Elliott, all moving up into the elite ranks. Just to name a few. Travis keeping a good eye on Matt Gleitzer here. See what he can do against the big man from South Australia. Trying to keep an eye on where Gleitzer is, just seeing where he is. He knows the power and the speed of Matt Gleitzer. Travis riding nicely here. Still trying to be very tactical with Gleitzer as they head to the back straight now. Gleitzer up onto the hip very quickly of Travis. And up round the outside, Travis turns off the gas straight away because Gleitzer just a little bit too strong, too quick. We'll see plenty of John Travis in the team sprint and in the Kieran racing over the next couple of days. And of course, we'll see a lot more of Matt Gleitzer as racing goes on today. So the first ride with Richardson was 10.85, but that one with Gleitzer, it looked like they're a little bit slow motion for part of it, 10.69. They're still moving very quickly in these rides. We welcome our next heat up onto the track now. The South Australian colours, please welcome Lee Hoffman. And from Victoria, please welcome, this is Ned Pollard. So Hoffman's drawn #1 spot. That means he's going to lead at a walking pace for the first half lap. And look at the qualifying rides here this morning. Our Australian team sprint team, the top 4 riders in that team is Richardson, Gleitzer, Hoffman and Cornish. And our top 4 qualifiers here this morning, Richardson, Gleitzer, Hoffman and Cornish. So our absolute best here. The next 4 after that, we've got Byron Davies, Daniel Barber, Azia Wang as our international, and Shane Perkins qualified 8th. Ryan Elliott qualifying in 9th spot. So that'll be a good couple of rides there still to come. As they go down the list, it gets a little bit tighter. Barber versus Gallagher, that'll be a good one. Davies versus Liebschnicht is coming up soon. That'll be a real tight one as well. Let's see what Ned Pollard can do against Lee Hoffman. So Travis against Gleitzer. Possibly needed a little bit more pace when he was leading out. Now Pollard looking for a way around. Hoffman's not going to play with him though. He's going to get up onto speed. Pollard up round the outside, looking for a way. Goes high, trying to get up on top of that gear. Now Hoffman, the starter for the Australian sprint team, out of the saddle and doing it as easy as you like from Lee Hoffman's point of view. Into the home straight, looking very smooth. Goes across the line, takes out that ride. Lee Hoffman will go through to the next round. 10.25 in the end. Very comfortable ride there from Lee Hoffman. Move on to heat number 4 now. New South Wales rider, please welcome Tom Cornish. And from Victoria, please welcome Jade Modern. So Cornish has drawn front spot, so he'll lead away this time. So these first few rides going to script, as you would say. Fastest qualifiers going through quite comfortably. But let's see what Jade can do up against Tom Cornish. Tom Cornish, superb over the 1,000-metre time trial. Junior world record holder when he was in the junior ranks and world champion in that discipline. This is very unfortunate that we don't have the 1,000-metre time trial in the Olympic Games anymore, especially with the times that are being done nowadays. Have to ride 1 minute just to make the top 8. Have to well and truly be around 58 seconds to win the world title these days. Unheard of back in the day. Cornish leads down the back straight though, having a good eye on Jade. Just building up pace, just sees the Victorian gain a little bit of height and just goes a little bit quicker. Cornish, though, started to lose sight of him. Now he's got him. They go through the 200. Cornish still having a long look at the Victorian down the back straight. Waits for him to get on the hip and now going to just drag race him off through the bend, and he does so. So Cornish will go through to the next round comfortably. So much confidence being shown by our top 4 qualifiers there. Richardson, Glaetzer, Hoffman and Cornish. Really just trying to keep the powder as dry as they possibly can keep it at the moment. We had a big evening of sprinting ahead, should it all go to plan. And there are our top 4 heats. In the next 4 heats, I think we're going to see a little bit more fireworks. As you go down through the list, the riders are a lot closer together in qualifying times. And we're going to see 2 very, very good sprinters come out onto the track now. And one of the most popular riders here this weekend, rider number 8, representing Queensland. Please welcome Byron Davies. And from South Australia, please welcome Max Liebschleck. So Davies rolls away. A very good Oceania Championships last week in New Zealand. So he's had a fair bit of racing on as well. It was Byron Davies just on the cusp of that top 4 riders for the Australian team sprint. Superb in the 1,000-metre time trial. Brilliant in the sprint. Very big guy as opposed to some of the other sprinters. A lot taller for this discipline. building up pace now as he goes down the back straight. Just dictating what we're going to do in this one, he says to the young South Australian, Liebknecht. They'll go through. Liebknecht looking for an idea here as they go down the back straight in the slipstream. It's one thing to get in the slipstream, it's another thing to come out of it. They go through the bend. Byron Davies just too strong. Has a big look over the shoulder as he comes into the home straight. And he knew he was well and truly in control of that one. And he goes through to the next round. 10.29. Has to be said, sitting up down the home straight as he did it as well. So nice ride there from the Queenslander. We'll see Max again in the Kieran and the team sprint as the weekend rolls on. But as you can see, as I've been saying, when we get down to these heats, a little bit more of a contest, although Byron Davies really made it look quite comfortable for himself that time. We'll move on to the next round. And two very good sprinters. We've got Daniel Barber representing New South Wales and Sam Gallagher representing Victoria. So Gallagher leads the way. Drew the #1 spot, so he's got to lead at walking pace, which isn't very quick, so there's no trouble there the way he left the line. But one thing you will get from Sam Gallagher is you'll get a tactical race, no two ways about it. Excellent in the Kierans that I've seen him race over the years. A great carnivals rider in the old school Australian style of track racing. Daniel Barber, though, very, very fast over that final 200 metres, but he's got to be able to get out and he's going to be able to use that power and speed. Got to build up to it. And Gallagher will be trying to just make sure they'll only start the sprint when he wants to do it. Tactically down the back straight. Just seeing what Daniel Barber is made of here, Gallagher. Nice piece of work. Nearly put him under a little bit of pressure there, but Barber was equal to the task as they roll through the bend and into the home straight this time. And Gallagher's going to try again, possibly. Straight to the top of the track. And Barber says, no, I don't need to mess around like that. Because when you do start to prop and track stand on these big gears, it does get into the thighs a little bit. And Barber knows his best asset is speed and make sure he can get everything out of himself here. So he's going to put Gallagher hopefully on the back foot now as he goes into the home straight. Barber building pace. Gallagher looking confident at the moment, but he's got some work to do as they head down the back straight. Barber trying to get faster and faster. Gallagher getting into the slipstream now, but can he get round the hip? Barber's so strong, too strong, and Daniel Barber will go through to the next round. The idea that was there for Gallagher, but Daniel Barber, as I said, once he gets going, 10.19, so strong, so fast. Got to be in front of him at 200 metres to go. So our two riders getting themselves ready down there on the blue band. Of course, if you're watching on the AusCycling YouTube channel, you'll be able to see the riders getting themselves ready. Welcome our international rider from Malaysia, being held up by the great coach John Beasley. Please welcome Azzy Awang as he comes on to the start-finish line. Very popular character in Australian sprint cycling over the last decade or more. Great leader of the Malaysian cycling team as well. World Kieran Champion 2017 Hong Kong. One of the best Kierans I've ever seen live and a great win. So the experience against the youth here from Western Australia, we have Finn Carpenter, fantastic BMX background, took full advantage of AusCycling's all race license, so you can race BMX, mountain biking, road track, gravel, cyclocross, whatever you choose to race, you can do it on the one license with AusCycling. It's been such a huge advantage of bringing all of our disciplines together for those who wanted to take it on. Finn Carpenter, one of those riders who did want to take it on because he has divided his time between BMX racing and also track sprinting. Proud West Aussie, but he resides in South Australia at the moment on a training agreement with the South Australian Sports Institute. Another positive out of the AusCycling Pathways system, as Wang just holds things up. The experience is going to put the youth under a bit of pressure here just to see what he's made of. Have a look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Track standing as you're going into the banking. Wang gets the better of Carpenter. Put your hands together for that bit of skill there from both riders, being able to pull up on the banking like that. So Wang, who will love to come out of the wheel more often than not, or just their element of surprise coming up to one to go. That's what Wang will be looking for. Carpenter, no pace on. Just keeping an eye on Wang. Doesn't want to fall prey to leading out too slowly, though, because Wang is so fast when he jumps. They head down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. Now the shoulders rocking a little bit by Carpenter, trying to get the gear wound up a little bit. Wang thought about going underneath. Carpenter covers the track. Now he covers the track again up high and going to get underway as he goes through the 200. Finn Carpenter's not going to die wondering how he went against Wang here today as they head through the 100. Wang with some work to do as they come to the home straight. Carpenter taking him on nicely, nothing between them. Great ride there from both riders. Wang up round the outside by the width of the carbon rim. He goes through 10.34, but great ride for the young man, Finn Carpenter, taking on such a champion as Wang. He wasn't going to die wondering there, Finn Carpenter. That was a great ride. And Wang goes through to the next round, which means we're left with one more ride in this elite men's competition here. Round one. And so we're going to have a little bit of noise from the crowd here, because representing Queensland, we're going to have Ryan Elliott. And now representing Western Australia, we're going to have Shane Perkins. Big round of applause for Ryan as he comes out onto his home track here this morning on the Anna Meares Velodrome. And please welcome former dual world champion in the Kieran and team sprint and back into the Nationals, ladies and gentlemen, Shane Perkins. So we saw a nice close race. Nice close race between Wang and Carpenter. As we go through the seeding, it always gets that little bit closer. And now the 8th seed versus the 9th seed after qualifying. Perkins 8 and Elliott 9. So Ryan Elliott leads away, drew front spot. The last time I was up here in Queensland for the Nationals, Ryan Elliott was the top junior, breaking the competition record. He's seen that go here this morning in the junior ranks. It's another one of these young riders who's moving up the ranks into the elite level. As you would think, there might be a couple of spots open after Paris with riders who have made very good careers, been up at the top of the game for a decade or more. So opportunity will arise in the next couple of years in the sprinting ranks, one would think, as it happens with cycling, but all sports. Ryan Elliott leads through to the 200, out of the saddle, keeping a good eye on Perkins, just covering the bottom of the track for that first lap. Now they move up. Elliott covering where Perkins is, not giving him an opportunity to build that big gear up. He's quite happy to do a drag race from the bottom just there. Ryan Elliott covering Shane Perkins at the moment as they head to the 200, and now down the back straight. Elliott in full flight, but so is Perkins as they go to the bend. Elliott fighting back nicely though. Good sprinting here from the young Queenslander, and it's a good sprint there from Ryan Elliott. The 9th seed takes the 8th seed spot, 10.23. Ryan Elliott backed himself there. Put your hands together for the local here, ladies and gentlemen. Ryan Elliott takes a very big scalp in his young career. So now we will move on to event 3A. This is still our elite men, but this is for the placings between 17th and 22nd place. So our riders have done the qualifying rides. The top 16 went through to round number 1. And now our riders, for the development and everything like that, get the opportunity to definitely have a sprint match here at the National Championship. So here we see 17th versus 18th qualifier. Queenslander Bryson Fletcher going up against WA's Blake Long. So Bryson qualified 17th, Blake qualified 18th, or missed qualification should I say, because qualification was top 16. But they do get the opportunity to have a match sprint here at the National Championship, something that was started several years ago now. A great initiative to give more experience, more racing to our sprinters at this level. So opportunity for Blake to move up one spot. But he's going to have to beat the local man, Bryson Fletcher. As they come into the home straight this time, they'll receive 2 laps to go. Fletcher having a good eye on Blake Long. Blake Long will be the rider to start the West Australian team sprint team when the team sprint competition gets underway. Head down the back straight. Fletcher building pace, keeping a good eye on where Blake Long is. Blake Long is telegraphing the move a little bit early there as he now looks for a tyre to try and get up round the outside. Fletcher not quite on top of the gear yet, and Long just rode into him rather than straight round him. Now they're going to have to drag race round the bend. Long just missed an opportunity there, and I think Fletcher's going to get faster as he comes up the home straight, and he does. So Bryson Fletcher, his power and speed got him out of a little bit of danger there because he wasn't quite on top of it through the 200. And Blake Long didn't really give himself enough credit for the speed he was carrying as they went through 200. But Bryson Fletcher, he holds on to his spot, takes that one out, so he'll end up with 17th. Blake Long will end up with 18th for this competition. We'll see both of those guys in the team sprint and in the Kieran's, and possibly even the 1,000-metre time trial over the next few days. So plenty of racing to come for these riders. Move on to our ride between 19 and 20. Welcome from Queensland. This is Joshua Gluck, and his opponent from Korea is Hojin Jung. So Jung qualified in 19th, his time this morning, and 20th was Josh. So an opportunity for Josh to go to 19th on the final sheets here. Just having a look around the track centre. It's nice to see Azia Wang riding around the track centre there with Finn Carpenter from WA, having a real good chat. This is a great opportunity there for Finn. Ridden a couple of national championships, but you don't always get the opportunity to ride against a guy like a Wang with so much international experience at World Cup level, World Championship level. Such an approachable guy as well, with all the Australian riders. They head down the back straight. Jung leading from Gluck. Gluck up round the outside here, the Queenslander, going nicely, taking on the man from Korea. Good strong riding here from Josh. He's underway. He's got 200 metres to hang on to it now as the Korean gets into the slipstream. Out of the saddle again from Gluck. Just want to make sure he's on top of that big gear into the home straight. Can Queensland crowd get him across the line here? Nothing between them. I think Jung up round the outside by maybe a tyre's width, and yes indeed, 10.76. Jung holds on to his spot of 19th there. But a good sprint there between the two. This will be our last ride in the elite men's sprint here. This is for 21 versus 22. First rider we welcome up onto the track, rider number 42 from Korea is Sang-wook Kim. And his opponent from Victoria will be Zaran Fong Sutton. Zaran, the faster of these two in qualifying. As I've said before, big day of racing here today. We've got our individual pursuit qualifying and finals as well for our elite men and junior men here today. And those qualifying rides will be coming on after the rounds of sprinting have completed. And of course we've got the women's Kieran today, as well as the elite women's scratch race and junior women's scratch race. So plenty of racing here on day one. 5 days of competition here at the Anna Meares Velodrome. So much to look forward to in this, the Olympic year, as Kim leads down the back straight. Commissaires will have a little bit of a gander at that one. And the gun goes. And the reason being is Sang-wook Kim had to lead that first half lap at walking pace, and he started to do a track stand in the back straight. I don't think they've heard the gun though. So this one's called off, riders. This one is called off. You'll come back to the start line shortly. So, as I said, Sang-wook Kim was leading in the back straight and must lead at walking pace through that first half lap. And he started to track stand, which means the bike's not moving. Can't do that yet. Had to wait a little bit. They'll get that explained to them by our chief starter, Wayne Pomario, and they'll come back onto the start line. Don't forget, if you're looking for something to eat and drink, the shop is open here on the concourse, and of course plenty of bike gear in the back straight for those who like the shiny stuff and spend the housekeeping on things they shouldn't spend it on. You'll be able to go and have a look at everything on offer in the back straight. Okay, so our riders come back to the start point again. Kim leads away this time. A little bit more pace on, as you would expect. And Fong Sutton just lays off a little bit this time because he'll be under the impression that Kim might try and slow it down quickly after the pursuit line. So he's just giving him a little bit more room. So he's got a little bit of space to play with. Fong Sutton, the faster of these two in qualifying, so he'll be trying to hold on to that ranking. Kim a lot more active this time as he goes through with 2 laps to go. Fong Sutton just dangling a little bit further off the back, just trying to see if he can force Kim into thinking, oh, I might go early because he's just giving me too much room. But you'll see now that Fong Sutton moves himself closer and closer as they start to come into the home straight. Now gets underneath him as they come into the home straight. Good piece of riding here from the young Victorian. He has stolen the march nicely here down the back straight. Too much work for Kim to do from here. Fong Sutton, nice and comfortable into the home straight. Takes that one out, goes home with a win in the bag at the National Championships. And he goes across the line, 10.97. Good ride. Well, gives you a little bit of form, doesn't it, when you have a win like that into the rest of the weekend's racing. So now it'll all be about getting himself ready for the team sprint and Kieran Racing to come in the elite men's. But no rest for our sprinting appetites here this morning because we're going to move straight into our junior men's 19s sprint round number 1. And once again, this is sudden death for our riders because the winner of these ones will go straight to the quarterfinals. So it's actually the third heat in our program. I'll explain why. We've got Ruben Smith going up from Victoria, going up against Zane Fisher from New South Wales. Ruben was our third fastest qualifier here this morning. But our first 2 riders in qualifying, which was Tate Ryan from South Australia and Mitchell Louis from Queensland, well, they actually get walkovers for their heats here, so they don't have to ride until the quarterfinals, the way the numbers work out. So Tate Ryan and Mitchell Louis, they can put the feet up for another hour or so before they have to worry about the quarterfinals. So we go straight into our third fastest rider going up against our 14th fastest rider. So Smith versus Fisher, the Victorian, the third fastest qualifier here this morning. And should I say, well, it was this morning when he qualified. It's now gone past 12 o'clock here in Queensland. So lunchtime in Queensland for everyone who's here as the riders come into the home straight. So Ruben Smith keeping a good eye on where the New South Welshman is here. Keeping the pace to how he wants it, dictating terms as he heads down the back straight. And a lot of room being left here by Fisher. Possibly not quite interested in that one. Ruben Smith heads down the back straight. Zane Fisher not interested at all. Going to save the legs for another couple of days of racing here by the looks of things. But put your hands together for the Victorian. He wasn't messing around. He was making sure he got through. He goes through in 10.95. So Ruben Smith will go through the quarterfinals in the end very comfortably indeed. Nice piece of riding. Zane Fisher with a big weekend of racing still to come. Decided just to put the cue on the rack a little bit early in that one, just to save it all up. And we move on to our next round. And our fourth fastest seed is Noah Mason from New South Wales, who's going to be brought out onto the track, and his opponent from Queensland is Harry Preston. So Harry Preston leads away, drawing number 1 spot. So he'll lead for the first half lap. Noah Mason, New South Wales rider. He was the faster qualifier, so was the faster qualifier, but there was not a lot of room for movement between these riders once you started getting down through the list of names. Tate Ryan was clearly out in front, but then it was 10.5s, 10.6s, 10.7s, 10.8s all the way through the field. Now, if they're absolute full speed leading out, if you're able to ride 10.6 or 10.7, but you're second wheel to somebody riding a 10.8, you've got some work to do. So, good competition. New South Wales rider, Noah Mason, just putting Preston on the back foot as they went down the back straight. Mason building up pace, using the banking out of the saddle. Preston trying to do it from in the saddle at the bottom of the track, resulting in Mason just riding away down the back straight this time, using his track craft. Going to make that ride a little bit comfortable for himself there. So Noah Mason, he goes through to the quarterfinals. We'll see Harry Preston again through the weekend. So Mason will be quite happy with that ride, inside 11 seconds, quite comfortable. Move on to heat number 5. Welcome Archie Pratt from Queensland onto the starting line, and his opponent will be Xavier Bland from New South Wales. Xavier was our faster qualifier of these two, qualifier in 5th place this morning. The winner will go through to the quarterfinals. Don't forget, if you just joined us on the YouTube AusCycling channel, if you'd like to see some of the results already here today, you can go on to results.auscycling.org.au. That's results.auscycling.org.au. Put that into your Google browser and you'll find that quite easy. And all of the live results will pop up automatically as they happen. And if you're in the grandstand and you know you've got family members or friends who wouldn't mind seeing some of the racing, YouTube channel, the AusCycling YouTube channel here this morning is where all the action is being shown. And then, of course, tonight you can go on to SBS On Demand and listen to Scott McGorry and Kate Bates call the action. So much to look forward to as the weekend progresses. Good riding here from Archie Pratt, keeping Xavier Bland high, but Xavier Bland equal to the task as they head down the back straight. Got himself out of the box nicely there. The New South Wales rider now holding track as Pratt really trying to muscle his way around the outside of the New South Welshman here. State of origin down the back straight. Bland leads from Pratt. Quite smooth, the New South Wales rider as well. Starting to ride away from Archie as they come into the home straight. So Xavier Bland will go through to the next round into the quarterfinals. Good strong riding from both riders. So Xavier Bland 10.80 there, and almost old school sprinting there with the riders really rough and tumble next to each other as they went down the back straight. Nice to see that sort of sprinting well and truly still alive in this sport. But a good shake of hands between the two riders, good sportsmanship showing. So Xavier will go through to the quarterfinals. We'll see Archie again throughout the weekend. We move on to heat number 6. And all the Victorian affair. We've got Hamish Clarkson right at 1:15, who was the faster qualifier. He'll be going up against Daniel Power right at 119. So Daniel Power comes onto the track with the red helmet of the two Victorians. His teammate at the top of the track in the black helmet is Hamish Clarkson. Good tactics being shown by both riders as they head down the back straight. That's about the limit of what we call walking pace, that first half lap. So good riding there by the both. Not a lot of pace up in the banking there. That takes some skill as they come into the home straight. Daniel Power taking the race up to the faster Hamish Clarkson in qualifying. They'll know each other pretty well. Both Victorians as they head down the back straight. Power trying to use just that to get himself up round the outside and push through that gap. But Clarkson just threatening to close the door. He can't close the door, of course, but he's going to hold him high. He knows he's got a faster man to deal with here, so try to not do the whole way over the 200 metres. However, Power was the first one into the metre line, and Clarkson knows his rules because he's riding himself outside that one. This is going to be a strong ride if he can hang on, and he can. My goodness me. Strong piece of riding there from Daniel Power. He knew that Hamish Clarkson had gone into the metre line first, which means he had right of way, so he had to ride the entire way round the bend outside the metre line, and he hangs on and takes that one and goes through to the quarterfinals. So a great ride there from Daniel Power. He'll go through. We now welcome heat number 7 out onto the track. This is Neil van der Kerk from South Australia. And he's going up against Jeremy Cannon from New South Wales. This is the second to last heat for our junior men's sprint. So as we saw with the previous one, very close racing. Tactics will play a difference if you're able to use them. So van der Kerk, right around a 10.7 mark here this morning. Was top of the leaderboard for a little while. So van der Kerk, happy to lead at the bottom of the track for the first lap, but into the second one. Into the second one down the back straight, building up the pace, just using the banking to get on top of the gear that little bit more. Cannon laying off, quite happy to try and just build up some pace and run it. Van der Kerk, but van der Kerk dictating terms here nicely. Gets underway now, but they go into the 200, and once again, Cannon, the second of the two qualifiers, gets himself in that metre line first. Van der Kerk gave up the opportunity there for himself. Now Cannon, can he hang on from the front? He's going to do a good job of it. They go to the line unofficially. Cannon will go across the line in first place there. Neil van der Kerk was doing everything right, but then just came out of the metre line as he went down the home straight. And Jeremy Cannon saw the opportunity and got himself in there. Right of way for Cannon, and he takes that one and moves himself into the quarterfinals. 11-1-1 as they went across the line. Great piece of riding. We're seeing a couple of upsets in the seeding here in the junior men's sprint. They were so close in the qualifying here this morning. Not surprised, but it's still very exciting to watch. We move on to our final heat now, and this will be between the South Australian Kai Arbery and the New South Welshman Patrick May. They're the next ones to come out on track. to finish off round one for our junior men's sprinters. So Pat May has drawn the number one spot. He'll lead away. Kai Arbery is the faster qualifier of the two. So you can guarantee both of these riders would have had a look at the two previous heats. And Kai Arbery, as the faster qualifier, the ears will have pricked up, knowing that a couple of riders have just lost their seeds and won't see the quarterfinals. And Patrick May, he'll be taking the attitude of loving what he's just seen, knowing that there's a real opportunity here to get himself into the quarterfinals. Arbery trying to gain a little bit of height there in the home straight when they were here. May equal to the task, but Arbery out of the saddle. They head down the back straight, using the little bit of run down the banking to get on top of the gear. However, hasn't taken full advantage of it yet. He's clear though. Now he has a real look under his shoulder to make sure he was well clear. He didn't need to bother though. He's going 2-1 of Pat May down the back straight now. Kai Arbery going to comfortably go into the quarterfinals here. Had far more to offer himself than that. Nice piece of riding there. I think we'll see some good riding from Kai Arbery in the quarterfinals. 10.95. Most of it looking over his shoulder, so he's got a lot more in the tank there, the young South Australian. And we'll see more of Patrick May in the other racing to come over the next couple of days. So if you're looking for a race program, if you're on our AusCycling YouTube channel or you're here in the grandstand, you can go on to results.auscycling.org.au, and it's got the full program of racing each day and also comes with live results. And we're going to have total change of pace now. We'll be moving on to our individual pursuit qualifying for our junior men 19s. 14 heats of our junior men's individual pursuit qualifying. As you can see, the track sets up differently. The starting gate goes on to the track. All of our timekeepers will get themselves into position, and our commissaires will go from sprint mode to individual pursuit mode. And we'll welcome our first rider up onto the track. We welcome Christopher Wright from Western Australia. We don't have anyone in the back straight, so Christopher, the toughest job in cycling. First heat, one rider is going to do the best time he possibly can. He's the West Australian state champion in this discipline. And of course, 12 laps of the track, 3,000 metres. The top two times of this qualifying round will go into the gold medal final, and the third and fourth fastest times will go into the bronze medal ride-off. So Chris Wright gets himself underway. Going to set the fastest time he possibly can here. He'll take the opportunity to try and set it his fastest time ever on a very, very fast track indeed. Races in Western Australia on the Midvale Speed Dome. It's a fast track, but it's not really a pursuiter's track, as where the Anna Meares Velodrome is much more suited to pursuiting, just the way the transitions work on the banking and so forth. So Chris, if nothing else, being the first man out there, such a tough job, he'll try and set the absolute fastest time he can. I did actually get to see the Junior Men's 19 State Pursuit Final that Chris was the winner of back in December last year. It was one of the more unique pursuit finishes that I've ever seen, as the two riders on track came together, believe it or not, and both ended up on the floor as in a scratch race. But Chris Wright was the one who came out with the gold medal from that ride, so lots to look forward to here. He's not going to worry about anyone crashing into him in this one. He's gone through the first 1,000 metres in a 1:08, so very slick start there from Chris Wright. He's got the West Australian Institute of Sport coach and the state team coach, Rowan White, calling him the figures from the track centre. Of course, Rowan White, world teams pursuit champion himself back in 2017. Going nicely there, Chris Wright. He'll just be trying to set the absolute best, personal best time he can out there today. Holding on to the schedule that he's been called of quite nicely so far. As his coach, not moving too far away from the line, just yelling out the time as he goes through. So it's getting a little bit hard there at the halfway mark there for Chris Wright, but he goes through in 2:14, so he's gone 1:8 and then 1:6. But this is where it's really going to matter now. Over the last 1,000 metres, wants to try and lift, if he possibly can, over that 1:6. Just listening to his coach, just falling off the lap times just a little bit. Chris Wright comes into the home straight this time. Coming back on his schedule just a little bit. Next time round, he'll have the bell lap. Let's get behind Chris as he heads down the back straight for the ride that he's putting in here. Give him a shout when he gets into the home straight. Toughest job in the sport. First heat, only rider on the track, the young West Aussie, comes through with 1 lap to go. Really going to fight on in this last lap now, Chris Wright. Half a lap to go now. Strong effort. Comes into the home straight. Let's see where he can stop the clock. This will be the fastest time of the day. This will be the standard for everyone else to look at. Nice ride. 3:24.083 for Chris Wright. Like I said, tough job to do. One rider on the track, first heat out there. You wouldn't wish it upon anybody, but he's done nicely. 3:24.083 for Chris Wright. 14 heats in all. The top 2 will go into the gold medal ride-off. 3rd and 4th will ride for the bronze medal later today. We move on to heat number 2 in our junior men's individual pursuit qualifying, and welcome in the back straight. Representing South Australia is Kaylin Tucker. And in the home straight, representing Western Australia is Donovan Mackey. underway for heat number 2. South Australia in the back straight, Western Australia in the home straight. 3:24 is the time that's been set so far. So at the very least, both of these riders, both coaches will be setting them to something similar or just that little bit quicker here in these early rounds, as Caelan Tucker gets away to a little bit of a quicker start than Donovan Mackey. So Donovan Mackey getting himself going now. Starting to move nicely down the back straight. Tucker just trailing off a little bit. See where they are in their first kilometre compared to Chris Wright. 1:11, 1:12. Chris Wright went through in a 1:08, but he did struggle over the last sort of 1,200 metres of the 3,000. So in a pursuit like this, you try to ride home, try to negative split the 1,000 metres as you go through. So those boys, something like Donovan Mackey starting off in a 1:11, he's going to try around the 1:7, 1:8 for the next one and try and go 1:7 for the next one if he can. Try and knock about 4 seconds off that starting lap to get himself up around the time. But at the moment, they still just trail the time of Chris Wright so far. So Donovan Mackey just got the edge over the top of Caelan Tucker at the moment. Donovan Mackey holding it onto nicely. Got a little bit of work to do, but Caelan Tucker just seems to be coming back that little bit more now. Doesn't seem to be getting tied up as much through these last couple of laps. Nothing between the two of them though. Donovan Mackey, half a second, not even. 0.4 of a second between the two, but Tucker just edging clear now of Donovan Mackey. We'll go round to the bell lap for both riders. Tucker in front of Mackey. Mackey just rocking the shoulders a little bit, about a second behind as Tucker hasn't really moved out of that position, still looking strong as he goes through. But have they done enough to get in front of the time of Chris Wright? Tucker into the back straight. We look at the clock, he goes across the line, 3:24.826, second fastest time so far for Caelan Tucker. Donovan Mackey goes 3:26.358. So the time of Christopher Wright stands up for the first round. Be happy with that. Caelan Tucker goes to number 2 for now. 14 heats in all, so we've got a lot of pursuing to come in this round, and we've got some superstars of junior men's 19 racing right in the last couple of heats as well. So I'm sure that time is going to come down considerably, but great piece of riding there from Caelan Tucker. That's what you want. If you're going to go onto the track with another rider, you want to come off having won your ride, and he's done that. Move on to heat number 3 now. In the back straight, we welcome from the ACT, it's Hayden Stevens. And in the home straight, representing South Australia, is Will Mathwin. So heat number 3 underway. South Australia versus the ACT. Will Mathwin, South Australia. Hayden Stevens, the ACT. Fastest time so far. Christopher Wright from Western Australia, 3:24.083. Of course, we saw Chris Wright go through his first kilometre of 1:08. It started to hurt him a little bit with about 1,200 metres to go. Probably a little bit too quick of a start, but he still sits in number 1 spot for now. And we saw Carlin Tucker and Don Mackey go through in 1:11, 1:12 to give us an idea of where these two riders will be. So our scoreboard is going to show that they're trailing just that little bit all the time because of Chris's fast first kilometre, but now they go through these two. We'll have a look up on the scoreboard. 1:12, 1:13, so a lot more controlled start again here than the previous heat. We'll see how they go for negative splitting their 1,000 metres through the second kilometre. Nice tight piece of riding between the two. So Will Mathwin, South Australia, comes into the home straight. Just got the edge over Hayden Stevens just for the moment. Stevens certainly not going away. He's certainly fighting on, taking on the time here nicely. The interesting time will be the next one when they come through. Where will Mathwin be through the 2,000 metres? So Stevens actually gets him back there. 2:19 for both riders, 0.6, 0.7 the difference between the two. Both trailing a little bit on the times we've already seen so far, so looking for a big kilometre from both. Stevens ever so slightly this time in front of Will Mathwin. And you can see he's just starting to lift that little bit. The pedal rate just going up from the rider from the ACT. So Will Mathwin with some work to do as he'll come through this time. Coach pointing at the iPad just to let him know exactly where he is. They still are hovering 4th and 5th at the moment of the times we've seen so far. Bell lap in the back straight from the rider from the ACT. He's gone up to 3rd spot now. Will Mathwin still travelling around 5th. So a fast finish here. Big, strong finish here from Hayden Stevens. 3:24 is the fastest so far, but Hayden Stevens, he's moving nicely down the back straight. Oh, just misses out on the top spot. 3:24.088 for Hayden Stevens. 3:27.362 for Will Mathwin. So Christopher Wright survives another round and gets to stay in the hot seat for a little bit longer. So a big finish from Hayden Stevens, really rode onto it nicely. So he'll go to number 2 for now. Still got a lot of heats to go though in the junior men's 19 individual pursuit qualifying here over 3,000 metres. The beautiful Anna Meares Velodrome here in Brisbane. Our next heat that's going to come out onto the track now is going to be heat number 4. And in the back straight, we will welcome from South Australia, Jamie Buckley. And something to shout about in the home straight from Queensland, we have Kyle Gibbs for our local fans. Just having a look at the live results. Chris Wright, 3:24.083. Hayden Stevens, 3:24.088. Nothing between them. Carlin Tucker, 3:24.826. Then Don Mackey, 3:26.35. And Will Mathwin, 3:27.362. Great to see so many junior 19s lining up for the individual pursuit here. Great depth of riders. Away nicely, these two. Heat number 4 it is, between Gibbs and Buckley. Gibbs out to a very quick start between the two riders here. Settled in nicely. Jamie Buckley, the South Australian, just getting himself going, getting on top of the gear now. Wasn't worried about really going out of the blocks there. So we'll see how that pans out for him over the next 2.5 kilometres of the journey. But Kyle Gibbs, very quick out of the start. Second fastest time out on track at the moment. So he started off very quickly indeed. Buckley riding himself into it. His coach in the back straight. Got the green screen showing on the iPad in the back straight, indicating that happy with the schedule. And now Buckley starting to get on top of that gear nicely. We'll have a look at the first kilometre here. Kyle Gibbs goes through 1:11, 1:13 for Jamie Buckley. A little bit of work to do over the next 2 kilometres there, but Gibbs looked like he started a lot quicker than Buckley. But you think Chris Wright went out and rode 1:08 in the first 1,000 metres, so everyone else has been around the 1:11 sort of time frame. Travelling at around the 3rd fastest time at the moment, but Buckley is starting to come back here. Starting to ride himself into this 3,000 metre journey. Make up so much time over the last 1,200 metres here. Really getting a shout on from his coach in the back straight that time, the South Australian. Asking for a lot more. And the way he's not really moving the upper body or the head, I think Buckley's got a lot more to give, but Gibbs is hanging on to the front spot at the moment between these two. Buckley, though, rock solid. He'll go across the line. Now leads the Queenslander. We'll go into the back straight and receive 1,000 metres to go. 1,000 metres to go now for Gibbs. 4th and 6th time on the scoreboard for these two. That's how they're tracking at the moment. Buckley just shifting himself in the saddle just that little bit. Starting to hurt over this last part of the journey. Gibbs still moving nice and smoothly. The head starting to rock just a little bit. The pressure starting to be applied here from the South Australian. 2.5 laps to go for him. It's been a good controlled ride here from the South Australian, but he's really been asked for a lot more in the back straight this time. His coach, Brett Aitken from South Australia, really wants a little bit more out of him. Wants him to come off the track with the top spot if he can. Gibbs will come into the home straight this time and get the bell. Buckley's going to receive the bell now with 1 lap to go. Our scoreboard telling us that he's still trailing a little bit on time. So Buckley's got a big half lap here to try and get himself further up the field. Gibbs gets half a lap now, but Buckley will go into the back straight. He's going to finish off with a good time. 4th best of the day so far. 3:25.64. Kyle Gibbs, 3:29.67. It's a good contest between the two young men. We welcome our next heat out onto the track now. And it's an all Tasmanian affair, this one. In the back straight, we welcome Nicholas Broxham. And in the home straight, we welcome Lockie Oliver. So our two riders from Tasmania underway. I get the feeling the Tasmanian team will put together quite a nice teams pursuit team here this year. Of course, the national champions in the under-17 ranks a couple of years ago. We've got four very good bike riders up into the under-19 ranks. So it'll be interesting to see how they go through the competition. But right now, we've got Christopher Wright from Western Australia. He was the first heat out on track. He still sits in the hot seat, which is fantastic for him. 3:24.083. As I said before, the toughest job on the track, heat one. So everyone gets to see the time they have to try and get near. And he didn't even have anyone to ride against either. So I guess the kudos of sitting in the top spot for, if you just did it for one round, you'd be happy, but he's done it for a few rounds so far. And our two Tasmanian riders, though, they're sitting at 2 and 3 in the time out on track at the moment. Keeping in mind that Chris Wright's first kilometre was very quick indeed. So the way these two are tracking, especially Lachlan Oliver, second fastest time of the day at the moment, he is travelling nicely. They're going to come round to their preferred start points with 6 laps to go. So this is halfway for these guys. And Lachlan Oliver with the two white disc wheels in, just readjusting himself in the saddle. Nick Broxham looking nice and smooth there. But it's Oliver as he comes into the home straight, the rider who's moving that little bit quicker. And just as I say that, Nicholas Broxham goes from 6 to 4, so he's now starting to lift over the last part of the journey. 4.5 laps to go for these two. They'll get the bell, they'll get 1,000 metres. They won't get the bell, they'll get 1,000 metres when they go through now. 4 laps to go for two riders. Just dropping off the pace ever so slightly there, now 4th and 5th. Just goes to show how good a ride the early ride was from Chris Wright and the riders that followed him. It goes through 4th time at the moment for Lockie Oliver. It's a fast morning here. The sprinters have shown us that. Really looking forward to the last couple of heats in this junior men's category with some of the names that we're still to see come out here today. Goes through now, Lockie Oliver. Both riders just falling off the pace ever so slightly. Broxham coming back on him this time. They're going to come into the home straight. Bell lap. Nothing between the two Tasmanians now. Broxham just gets himself in front of Lockie Oliver there. They're still travelling at like 7 and 8 on the list now. They've been up as high as 2 and 3, but it's hot, muggy conditions here in Brisbane today. Who's going to be able to finish off better? Nothing between the two riders. Nicholas Broxham goes through 3:27.94. Lockie Oliver goes through 3:28.05. So good contest between the two Tasmanians. But they're not going to do any damage to the top 4 spots just at the moment. But they'll live to fight another day. A big weekend of racing coming for the Enduros. Points races, scratch races, teams pursuits, and so forth. So a lot of racing to come for these riders. This takes us on to heat number 6 now. And it's going to be an all-Victorian affair, this one. In the back straight, we welcome Eddie Jorovic. And in the home straight, we welcome Thomas Butler. 3:24.08 is the time that sits at the top. We've had 9 riders already. So both riders away cleanly here. So we've seen most riders tracking around the 1:11 pace for the first 1,000 metres. The only one who's gone a lot quicker than that was Chris Wright, and he sits at the top of the leaderboard. So you'll also notice, for those of you who may not have seen a lot of National Track Cycling Championships in recent years, all of the tunics or the jerseys, very similar in design. It's just the state's colours that change, and of course the dark blue of Victoria. Of course, they were always extremely famous for the big white V in football, and in cycling it was very much the white jersey with the big blue V, but now the blue skin suit with the white sleeves for the Victorian team these days. They come into their respective start-finish positions. Now we've got a real quick start there from Thomas Butler, 1:09.67. Eddie Jirovic tracking the same as the majority of the field so far, around the 1:11s. But we've seen, as we saw with Carlin Tucker, really rode onto that time nicely. It's a fast ride here from Thomas Butler. Second fastest out on the track at the moment, moving nicely down the back straight. We'll come through into the home straight this time, Butler, with 6 laps to go. And this is the time in a race for the juniors, that halfway point. This is when they find out whether they're going to be pursuiters or not, because it's the last 1,500 metres that you really have to be strong. You really have to put yourself in the suffer box. Butler's going nicely. He's tracking it second fastest so far. We'll just see how he goes over this next 4.5 laps, Butler, because he's not slowing down at all, and now he's got his teammate in his line of sight, so he's got something to chase. It really does help pursuiters if they've got the legs, have that carrot in front of them to be able to really go after them. 3.5 laps to go. Jirovic in the home straight. 3 to go for Butler. He's been tracking. Now he goes to the top spot. I've been waiting for it to come up on the board. So Thomas Butler into the back straight, chasing his teammate Eddie Jirovic, and he's gone to the fastest time so far. Let's see where he can end up with this one. Butler of Victoria, moving nicely. Mouth wide open, though. It's hurting out there for the young Victorian. He's going to try and reel in his teammate if he can. He'll hit the home straight this time. 1.5 laps to go for Jirovic. The bell will sound for Thomas Butler. Still sitting in the top spot. Possibly sitting at around 22, maybe 23 pace here, as long as he hangs on to it in this final lap. Butler into the home straight. We'll see where he stops the clock. Gets inside 22. 3:21.983 for Thomas Butler. Really finished strongly over that last lap. Eddie Jirovic goes across 3:30.377. But we have a new leader in the hot seat at the top of the leaderboard, and it's the Victorian rider, Thomas Butler. So we move on to heat number 7 now, ladies and gentlemen. In the back straight, we welcome the Queenslander. This is Benjamin Rudd. And in the home straight, please welcome from the ACT, this is Bailey McDonald. Nicely away from the start there, the rider from the ACT, Bailey McDonald. Queenslander into the home straight. This is Benjamin Rudd. 3:21 is now the time at the top of the leaderboard, set by the Victorian Thomas Butler. And this is heat number 7 of 14 heats here for our junior men. Really looking forward to seeing where these times can really go on the gold and silver ride-offs, but with the junior men's racing, also really looking forward to seeing the points race and scratch race with these riders over the weekend. With this sort of depth of numbers in our individual pursuiting, expect to see some great bunch racing action and the teams pursuits as well. Great to see the numbers really have picked up over the last couple of years in this discipline for our junior 19s. Fast start here from both riders as they come through. 1:10 each of them. 1:10.3. Nothing between the two of them. Both moving very nicely indeed. Will this be the heat that we see the 3:20 barrier broken here? 3:21 is the fastest so far. Now I'm calling the action from right up in the rafters here in the behind the glass, but it's nice and cool up here with the air conditioning, but I tell you what, you can feel the heat come through the window, so it's tough work out there for these riders, warming up and then getting out there on the track. It's quite muggy conditions, 31 degrees here in Queensland today, or in Brisbane today, and quite muggy at the same time. It seems to be making a difference in that second part of the journey. Benjamin Rudd, the Queenslander, out to a good lead here now. 4.5 laps to go for him. Tracking it around the 4th fastest time so far. As he heads down the back straight, he'll get 1,000 metres to go. It's his 4th rider so far. So he's got some work to do to get himself up a little bit further. Not tracking around that 3:21, possibly not even that 3:24 pace just at the moment. So he's got some work to do. Heads down the back straight. Coach just asking for that little bit more. ACT rider also just readjusting himself in the saddle. Rudd fighting on nicely though, right on the point of the saddle here. Good position on the bike. Heads down the back straight, just keeps dropping the head down. Just trying to get every single piece out of him that he can. Still 4th fastest out there though, so he's not dropping off the pace at all here, Benjamin Rudd. Really fighting on in this last part of the journey. He's going to get the bell this time when he gets into the back straight. We'll have a look at the time so far. He's gone through 3:08, so he's around the 3:24 pace at the moment. If he can really hang on to this last lap and finish off fast. Goes through the 200 mark now, probably looking more around the 25 to 6. That's a good ride from Rudd. 26.281, 6th fastest here today. And Bailey McDonald finishes 3:29.767. So the top 4 breathe a sigh of relief as they keep watching these heats go before them, or go after them. Thirteen riders on the leaderboard so far. Thomas Butler, the Victorian, 3:21.983. Sits himself in the virtual hot seat still. And we've got Wright, Stevens and Tucker, the 4 at the moment in that top 4 position. So we move on to heat number 8 and we look to the back straight. In the back straight we have rider number 88 from New South Wales. That is Harry Ludman. In the home straight, rider 86 also from New South Wales. This is Kai Goltman. So an all New South Wales affair this round. Galtman starting in the home straight, Ludman in the back straight as they settle themselves in, get themselves on the pursuit bars nicely. Kai Galtman on the Argon bike. Beautiful position on the bike as he heads down the back straight. The way he settles into that Argon bike. The way the handlebars are set up, very neat and tidy indeed on the Argon bikes we've seen the Australian team ride so often over the last few years. Of course, now they've got this super duper factor bike that they were using at Nations Cup with the new paint job as well. Beautiful looking bike when you get to see one in the flesh. So Galtman leads the way at the moment in front of his teammate Harry Ludman. Ludman just starting to get up onto pace now. We'll see where they are at the end of the first 1,000 metres. Galtman comes through, goes through 1:11. So controlled starts from these two. Heat definitely picking up inside the velodrome, possibly having a little bit of an effect on the second half of this field at the moment as they go through. Ludman, who was the slower starter of the two, really starting to move nicely. Sort of got a very, what we call a very towy style in his pedal stroke there. So he's well and truly on front of the saddle as he comes into the home straight. You can see what I mean by his towy style. It's almost like he's riding on his tippy toe. So he's very comfortable in his pedal stroke. There's no worries there. Kai Galtman now comes into the home straight. Settled in nicely over that first kilometre, but just falling off the pace a little bit here because Ludman, who was in around the 12th place before, now got himself up into around 7th. So he's moving nicely. We'll have a look at where he is with 4 laps to go in the back straight. He's gone through in 2:17, so he's tracking nicely around the 23-24 pace at the moment. See how he can negative split this last kilometre. New South Wales coach walking towards him, just asking him for a little bit more. Knows he's got more inside. Kai Galtman goes through the home straight. But Ludman definitely moving nicely. Nice pedalling stroke as he heads to the back straight. 500 metres to go. Still showing a green board on the iPad from his coach as they go down the back straight. Moved up to 3rd fastest now, Harry Ludman, the man in the home straight. Get behind him. He's climbing the leaderboard here through this entire ride. Started off in around the 12th position. Now he's moved himself up into 3rd. Gets the bell lap. 3rd fastest so far with a lap to go. Could get himself around the 22-23 mark here. He seems to be lifting as well. This is a good ride from Harry Ludman. How high up the leaderboard can he get here? He was 3rd. Can he get any higher as he goes to the line? He stops the clock. 2nd fastest time for Harry Ludman, 3:22.865. Kai Galtman comes around, finishes off 3:29.993. So Harry Ludman gets himself up into 2nd place just for the moment. So we move on to heat number 9 now, ladies and gentlemen. In the back straight, we welcome from Victoria, Xavier Siriani. And in the home straight from Tasmania, we welcome Alex Eves. So both riders out to a nice start here. Comfortably out of the gates, getting on top of the gear, settling into their position, in the aero position. This is heat number 9. 5 heats still to come after this. Just looking at some of the names still to be seen out here today. Still got some very established, talented riders to get out on track. 3:21.983, the time to beat at the moment. And that's Thomas Butler. And we've got Harry Ludman, Chris Wright still in the top 4 at this stage, the rider who went in heat number 1. And then Hayden Stevens is sitting in the 4th spot just for the moment. However, Alex Eves, young Tasmanian, has really started fast here. He goes through his first kilometre at 1:08.739. So that's the fastest start we've seen here today. Just when we start thinking about possibly the track getting a little bit slower, you have a rider like Eves who's come out and said, nope, there's nothing wrong with the track speed. Let's go. And he's going nicely as he comes up to the back of Xavier Siriani. You want to get up around the outside as quickly as he can, then back down on the pursuit line. Does so quite nicely. Well up on his schedule at the moment. Heads down the back straight. Moving nicely indeed. Into the home straight this time for Alex Eves. Nothing dramatic from his coach, Matt Gilmore, in the home straight. Very calm and collected, so knows what his rider can do. Four laps to go. 2:12 he's gone through there, Alex Eves. He's got a final kilometre to go, so we're now looking at a rider who is tickling the timekeeper's watch here to well and truly be underneath that 3:20 pace here, Alex Eves. In the high teens at the moment, possibly looking around the 18-19 area here for the young Tasmanian. It's a good piece of riding. Let's get behind this Tassie rider as he comes into the home straight. Clearly the fastest one so far out on track. He gets 500 metres to go. Now he's really got to fight in this last lap and a half as he goes into the back straight. Alex Eves, he's done all the good work. Now he's just got to finish it off. He'll get the bell this time. Alex Eves from Tasmania going beautifully, possibly looking at around a 17 almost here as he heads down the back straight. He's not really slowing down, and Siriani hasn't let him out of his sight since he got caught. He's up into the home straight now. Alex Eves, 15, 16, 17. In the end, 18.733. Great ride there. Alex Eves goes to the top of the leaderboard for now. Superb ride. And Siriani goes across 3:27.545, which will put him in 11th. Nowhere near the tail end of the field for Siriani. So still a good ride from the Victorian, who would have been caught on the hop because he got caught early. But a great ride from Alex Eves, who's put himself well and truly in the mix at this stage of the competition. We move on to our next heat. In the back straight, we welcome from South Australia, this is Jack Clark. In the home straight from Victoria, we welcome Lawson Franzman. Nice quick start here from the South Australian, Jack Clark. Moving very nicely as he comes into the home straight. The new fastest time up on the leaderboard, 3:18.733 for Alex Eves. And we've got Thomas Butler, 3:21.9. Harry Ludman, 3:22.865. And Chris Wright, the West Aussie, who rode in heat number 1. He still sits in the top 4 as we get on to heat 10 here. So he can be happy with his day. But Jack Clark really motoring at the moment. Second fastest time out on track according to our timekeeping scoreboard. So let's see how he goes over the next couple of kilometres. He hits the back straight. He's got a green board being shown to him by his coach. He's gone through in a 1:09. Lawson Fransman, he's gone through in 1:10. So both of these riders have started very nicely indeed. So over the next couple of laps and how they build into that last 1,500 metres is how we're going to find out where they end up. They really want to be strong over this next 4 to 5 laps and then just hang on to it as best they can, or even bring it home that little bit more in the last 3 laps here in the pursuing. Clark goes to the back straight, moving nicely. Lawson Fransman showing him as 5th. So Jack Clark really doing a ride here, the South Australian. Have a look at the scoreboard and see where he is this time. Brett Aitken really giving him a shout. Still sitting, hovering around the second fastest time at the moment. It's very warm conditions out on track, I can assure you of that. He's going to get 1,000 metres to go this time. Jack Clark goes through 2:13. Fransman still moving nicely as Jack Clark goes across the line there. Still travelling in second spot at the moment. Got a little bit of work to do to get closer to the Tasmanian Alex Eves. But of course Eves' time is 3 seconds better than anyone so far. That's why Jack Clark still sits now up into the first spot. So he's really motored over this last 3 laps. He just hasn't fallen off the pace that we've seen with some of the riders here today so far. He hits the back straight this time. It's got a red board showing to him, so Brett Aitken asking for a bit more, going through in 3:01. Fransman rather, he's got himself up into the top 4 as well, but Jack Clark looking for the number 1 spot, looking for around about the 16 mark if he can get there. 15, 16 will stop the clock. 17.02. Fransman finishes off 3:21, so both riders get themselves up into the top 4 for now, but Jack Clark goes to the top of the leaderboard with a 3:17.023. Great strong ride there from the South Australian. The Victorian Lawson Fransman gets himself up into 3rd. Thomas Butler goes down to 4th, and Harry Ludman and Chris Wright finally find themselves just pushed out of that top 4. But it's been a great day for those two, and now we look at 3:17 as the new fastest time. And we've still got 6 riders to come out on track. Sorry, we've got 8 riders still to come out on track and show us their absolute best. So 3:17.023 is the time to look at for these guys coming out on track now. We move on to heat number 11. We welcome in the back straight another one of our top class Tasmanian cyclists. This is Jonas Shelverton, and he'll be going up against the West Australian Samuel Washington. So both riders away cleanly from the starting gate. both riders good memories on this track over the last several years, but Sam Washington, the West Australian, just going through now. He's the under-17 individual pursuit champion last year on this track. So he'll be looking for a big ride here, but Jonas Shelverton been so successful over the last several years at national level, so he'll be looking to really put a good time down here this afternoon. Very warm conditions have built up over the last half an hour to an hour. Shelverton leading at the moment. Fastest time out on track. Washington in the third space. When they get back to their start-finish points this time, we'll see how they're going through the first kilometre. Washington coming back towards Shelverton now. 108.7 to a 108.9. So both of these riders have put themselves right in the mix through that first 1,000 metres. But the ride from Jack Clark of South Australia, he was there and thereabouts, but it's around that 7 to 8 lap mark that you really find out who the real good pursuiters are, because they just don't slow down, the real superstars. And that's exactly what Jack Clark did. Just did not slow down, just stayed strong the whole way through. Washington now finds himself moved up into the second fastest spot at the moment. He'll come into the home straight this time with 5 laps to go, the West Australian. Shelverton moves down the back straight, just being asked by his coach for a little bit more here. Washington has just moved himself up into the top spot, as our timing tracker tells us. He'll come into the home straight this time. 4 laps to go for Sam Washington, and the scoreboard telling us he is tracking faster than anybody else just for the moment. Big final 4 laps he'll be looking for him now. Washington into the home straight. Wants to leave this track in the number 1 position, no two ways about it. Because there are still 6 riders to come after this ride. Shelverton fighting on nicely here. But Washington into the home straight. 2 laps to go. Finds himself still in the number 1 spot. Shelverton, he finds himself in the 4th top spot. So he's doing a fantastic ride as well here. Remember, the top 4 get to ride for medals. Washington into the home straight. He's going to get the bell sounded to him now. One of the first 3 minutes exactly there with 1 lap to go for Sam Washington. Trying to get around the 3:15.5 mark to keep himself in the mix to try and make the top 4 here. Sam Washington into the home straight. Where's he going to stop the clock? 3:16.91. Fastest time of the day so far. Jonas Shelverton moves himself up into the top 4 as well. Great ride by both lads. That's what you wanted to do. You want to try and come off the track in those qualifying spots, regardless of how many spots to go. But Washington, he goes to the number 1 spot. We've got 6 more riders to come, but for now, he sits in the hot seat. So we move on now to heat number 12. We welcome in the back straight rider number 93. Representing Queensland, it is Will Heath. And in the home straight, rider number 94, also representing Queensland, this is Alex Hughes. Both riders away nicely. They'll be used to the hot conditions here as well. Very steamy conditions here now for all the riders. This is day one of competition, so they come to the track, they'll warm up in these conditions, they'll race in these conditions, they'll have to warm down as well, get all the lactic acid out of the bodies and then start all over again. So really got to be paying attention to the fluid intake and making sure you're really looking after yourself in between rides and the way you warm up and get ready for each of these races here. Very, very warm in the track centre at the moment. The two Queenslanders out there. Home track advantage going up against each other. Alex Hughes tracking very nicely. The online tracker telling us he's going in second spot at the moment. Nothing between the two. We'll see where they are at the end of the first kilometre. 1085, 1092. Alex Hughes, the fastest start of the day so far for Alex Hughes, rider number 94. That's saying something because we've seen that time tumble over the last few rides. Hughes goes through. Moving nicely, travelling around the top two spots at the moment. Nothing really between them. Only about 20 metres between the two. So Will Heath still doing a very nice ride. Just looking for the fastest possible time you can do out there at the moment. So Hughes travelling at around second spot. Will Heath travelling around fifth, and he's not going away at the moment, Will Heath. So he's doing a good ride, trying to go with Hughes or keep him where he can see him. Might be actually taking a little bit more time. 2 and 6 on our tracker at the moment. Hughes will come into the home straight and find 1,000 metres to go. We'll see where the time sits. 2:11 against 2:13. A big opportunity here over the last kilometre. Looking for the around the 1:05 time, 1:06 flying kilometre for the last 1,000 metres here. And Alex Hughes can really put himself to the top of the tree. 2.5 laps to go for Hughes. Will Heath in the home straight here. Just burying the head a little bit more. Starting to really hurt over this last part of the journey. Alex Hughes goes through. 500 metres to go now. Sitting nicely at around that sort of 17-ish sort of pace at the moment. Pedalling nicely. Coach walking the track. Just going to ask a little bit more here. Really asking for a bit more here in the home straight. Fastest time there. First rider underneath 3 minutes. Alex Hughes down the back straight. Really looking to finish off. He's going to do it as well. Have a look at the time, Alex Hughes. 13:14, 15.197. Just got faster and faster throughout that ride, Alex Hughes. What a great ride. 3:15.197. It's hot conditions here for those of you watching us on the YouTube channel. And Will Heath gets himself up into the top 4 as well. So right now, as it stands, looking good for the two Queenslanders. What a great ride there from Alex Hughes. Just never slowed down. Great effort. So we move on to our penultimate heat. In the back straight, we welcome from Queensland, Toby Jones. And in the home straight, we welcome from Victoria, Oscar Gallagher. 3:15.197 is the fastest time by Hughes, with still 4 riders to go. Oscar Gallagher goes through, moving very nicely. Very quick start here, tracking at the fastest time. 3:15 is the fastest one out there at the moment. So Gallagher really moving nicely. These are the sort of names that I was talking about earlier in the day with still to come. Still got a very good final heat to come out on track as well. But Oscar Gallagher is going to come to the home straight. Let's have a look at this first kilometre time, because he is absolutely motoring. 1:07.346 for Oscar Gallagher. Far and away the fastest first 1,000 metres we've seen here in the junior men's 19s. Toby Jones, the Queenslander, moving nicely as well. Remember, these are the seeded heats. So these are the fastest riders we've got out on track. Gallagher still number one, as where Toby Jones now brings himself up into third. So he's riding nicely into this effort. Now almost starting to match the ride of Oscar Gallagher. So come through this time. There's only about 5 metres between the two of them. Oscar Gallagher's really fallen off the pace all of a sudden, though. Just goes to show the online tracker can play around just a little bit with our emotions and seeing how they're moving. Going nicely, though. 2:11, 2:12 with some work to do. They're still travelling nicely towards that top 4 area. No problem at all. But, of course, the ride that we've just seen from Alex Hughes at 3:15 just put himself over 3 seconds clear of the 4th place qualified rider at the moment as it stands. So both of these riders doing a very nice ride indeed to try and get themselves up into those top 4 spots. 3:15 is the fastest time. Then you got Sam Washington in 3:16.91 as Jones moves forward in front of Gallagher now. Then you got Clark at 3:17 and Will Heath at 3:18. They're both going to sound the bell this time. Look at the ride by Toby Jones. Toby Jones is only the second rider to go under 3 minutes here today. This is a great piece of riding by Jones. He's ridden into this beautifully. Nick Formosa running down the track just to give him a little bit more. Where can Jones stop the clock? Great ride here by the Queenslander, second fastest so far. 3:15.625 for Toby Jones. What a great ride. Once again, just never slowed down, really strong. Around the 8th, 9th, 10th lap, and they just got faster as he went. So he finds himself in second place at the moment. Alex Hughes still leads the way. 3:15.197, then 3:15.625. Washington in third for now. Jack Clark for now in fourth. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome our final heat onto the track from our junior men's 19s individual pursuit qualifying. Please welcome in the back straight from the ACT. This is Edward Marks. And in the home straight representing South Australia, this is Will Holmes. So away we go on the final heat. 3:15.197, the time to beat. 3:15.625 is the second best. Then Sam Washington, the West Australian, 3:16.910. and Jack Clark 3:17.02. However, I've got to tell you, we watch with a little bit of bated breath to see what Will Holmes can do here, and his fastest time already. And big opportunities for him this summer. Around the Nations Cup just recently as well. Spent last year riding in Europe on the road. So we'll see where Will can really bring out here. Been one of the biggest rising talents in the endurance scene of Australians junior cycling, now moving very nicely indeed. He goes through the first kilometre 1:06.519, if you don't mind. Ed Marks has gone through 1:10.6, so he's tracking like the majority of the field here today, so he's not doing a bad ride at all. But Will Holmes is just one of those young riders that we see from time to time. He just goes to that next level. So Jack Clark at the moment, the other South Australian, sits in 4th place just at the moment. And he'll be looking at the ride of Will Holmes, knowing about the inevitable. However, the rider who's then going to be looking at this is Sam Washington from WA. He sits in 3rd at the moment, so he'll be keeping a very close eye on what Ed Marks does here, the rider from the ACT. So he'll be wanting to get up into that top 4 to ride again today for a medal and see what he can get done in the bronze medal ride-off. Will Holmes is moving very nicely indeed. Ed Marks looking very smooth. Hard task to go up against somebody who's setting a time the way that Will Holmes, and he's just gone through in 2:07 for the first 2,000 metres. So Will Holmes comes up behind his opponent now. Heading down the back straight, looking very, very smooth indeed. To give you an idea, Ed Marks is still tracking in the top 10 space, which is a very, very good ride with what we've seen here today. But Will Holmes, he is absolutely on a flyer here as he heads down the back straight with 2.5 laps to go. Get behind the young South Australian. We're seeing something quite special here today on the Anna Meares Velodrome from Will Holmes. He goes through with 1 lap to go. 2:52 is where it was. This is going to be phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Will Holmes. 3:08.181. I didn't want to talk him up too much. They're under 19s, but we've seen the talent from this rider. 3:17 from Ed Marks. A superb ride from Ed Marks still, but 3:08.181. And it is the championship record. I'll get confirmation. I think it's actually the Australian record there for Will Holmes. So it's the championship, all-comers and Australian record there for Will Holmes. 3:08.181. Absolutely superb. It's always very difficult when you're commentating. You're looking at a junior field. You don't want to talk up the tail end of the field too much. You don't want to dishearten people, but we knew Will Holmes was racing today. Put your hands together again for this ride. That was absolutely sensational. Well, for those of you joining us on AusCycling YouTube, change of pace. And of course, those of you joining us in the grandstand. I say a change of pace, but we've just seen an absolutely phenomenal time in the individual pursuit. But we now move back to our sprinters, and this is event 6A on our programs. This is the Elite Men's Sprint Quarterfinal Heat 1, Race 1, between, from Western Australia, Matthew Richardson, and from Queensland, Ryan Elliott. Of course, the quarterfinals, it is the best of 3. So Matt Richardson's drawn the front spot. He leads the way. And Ryan Elliott progressing nicely out of the top junior ranks in the last couple of years up into the elites. Finds himself up against undoubtedly one of the top 2 or 3 sprinters in the world at the moment. And let's be honest, on any given day, you'd say Matt Richardson's the best sprinter in the world, because they do chop and change these riders. They're so close at the top of world level when you look at their times. Ryan Elliott just trying to move around a little bit, trying to see if he can get Matt Richardson to do something that he wouldn't normally do, and that's what you want to try and do when you're up against an opponent like Richardson. As they head down the back straight though, Richardson all in control at the moment, just going to make sure we go at the pace that I want to go at, says Matt Richardson. Has a look over the shoulder, has everything in hand at the moment. You can see Ryan Elliott, like he's trying to work out how did Richardson accelerate like that without moving a muscle in his upper body. He's so strong, Matt Richardson. He's cruising up the home straight. He goes across the line, takes ride number 1. Just does not move a muscle. 9.90 for Matt Richardson there. And you can see the way Ryan Elliott was chasing him towards the 200-metre mark. It was absolutely all guns blazing from Ryan, as Richardson looked like he was riding to work. He's done so much work, so strong in the gym. So ride number 1 to Richo. Ryan Elliott go back into the pits and try and work out what he can do to try and match Matthew Richardson in the next heat. Now we've got another fantastic contest as we start to see our next 2 riders getting themselves ready on the blue band. I'm going to welcome the former world sprint champion from South Australia, Matthew Glaetzer. And he's going to go up against the former world Keirin champion, as is Awang from Malaysia. This will be a beauty. So Glaetzer, he drew #1 spot this one, so he'll lead away. So we saw these guys racing in the Nations Cup in Adelaide just a couple of weeks ago. Matt Glaetzer took the bronze medal there in the sprint, as well as the gold medal in the team sprint with the rest of the Australian team. But he was supposed to ride as the Awang in the ride-off for the bronze medal, but Awang fell ill just towards the end of that competition, and Glaetzer took the bronze medal in a walkover. So now we get to see a replay of what may have happened between these 2 riders. And Glaetzer having a good look as to where Azzy is here, because he knows the speed, he knows the acceleration of Awang. And Glaetzer is at his best when he's got flames coming off his ears, and they come into the home straight this time. Matthew Glaetzer against Azil Awang in the quarterfinals at the National Championships. They go down the back straight. Awang gets up to the hip of Glazer, but can he get around it? Because this is where Glazer gets stronger and stronger, and he'll go through and take the first ride over the top of Awang. So we move on to event 6C. This is the third round of our quarterfinals. We welcome from South Australia, we welcome Lee Hoffman, and from New South Wales we have Daniel Barber. So Barber draws the number one spot for this one. They'll swap around in the second ride. Barber leads from Hoffman. Hoffman, our third fastest qualifier here today. Barber just covering the track, staying up on the blue stayers line, giving himself every opportunity to change direction when he sees Hoffman start to move as they head down the back straight. Barber goes to the bottom of the track. Hoffman goes high. Going to use the banking to get up on top of that big gear. Barber strong from the front and he's underway. Good piece of riding here from Barber, but Hoffman hasn't changed gear just yet. Now they head down the back straight. This is good riding here from Barber. Has Hoffman got it wrong? Have a look at them up the home straight this time. Nothing between the two of them, but I'll tell you what, I think Hoffman did it perfectly. We'll wait for the scoreboard to tell us. And indeed he did. Lee Hoffman gets it right on the line and well within himself as well. 10-1-1 in that last 200. Lee Hoffman takes the first one. Talk about confidence. Lee Hoffman's got tons of it after that ride. We move on to our final heat. Our final heat of the men's quarterfinals. We'll welcome from New South Wales, Tom Cornish. And we welcome from Queensland, Byron Davies. Best of three contests between these two. Cornish leads away. We'll find out how many Queenslanders are in the grandstand this time, won't we? Byron Davies, a very popular figure in Queensland cycling. And there's not a lot between these two over the 200 metres qualifying. There's not a lot between them over the 1,000 metres time trial either. Cornish definitely has the edge in the 1,000 metres, but there's not a lot between the two of them. So lots to look forward to in these next couple of rides and over the weekend. Tom Cornish happy to slow things down. And Byron Davies equally as happy to not put himself under pressure of leading just at the moment. He'll lead when he wants to, he says. Cornish now rolls away, just building up pace ever so slightly. Davies goes to the top of the fence. Now they start to mess around a little bit more as they go across the start-finish line. Davies up high, knows all about that fence on the track. Down the back straight now, Davies takes the upper hand at a very high pace indeed. The Cornish isn't going to be worried about a long sprint, but then again, neither is Byron Davies worried about a long sprint. Both of these guys can go around the 1 minute or sub 1 minute for the 1,000 metres. Cornish running it, Davies now. Davies, has he got the strength to hold him off? But Tom Cornish so comfortable up round the outside in the end. As soon as he got to the hip of Byron Davies, it's almost like he switched off. He was just so comfortable, upper body not moving. Takes that one. First ride to Tom Cornish, 10.16. So we go from our elite men sprinting straight into our junior men sprinting now, quarterfinals. It's going to be an all South Aussie affair for the first one. We have our fastest qualifier, Tate Ryan from South Australia, number 107, up against Kai Arbery, also from South Australia. So Tate Ryan in the red helmet, Kai Arbery just in the black helmet to tell the two boys apart. You see they've got the little green boxes just underneath the seat post, the power meters, to get all the data for the coaches and staff to have a look at, to see what they're actually doing when they're racing at their best, to assist them with their development, their training after the fact. So Tate Ryan keeping a good eye on what Kai Arbery's doing at the moment. Got the head well turned around, lap and a half to go. Kai Arbery taking on his teammate here in the quarterfinals. He's got every opportunity. Now the junior 1,000 metre time trial champion of the world gets himself underway early here. He's ridden away from his teammate as they head down the back straight. Kai Arbery still going on with it, but now starts to just change gear a little bit as he comes into the home straight. Tate Ryan, no trouble at all. Goes through ride number one in the bag. One more of those and he can relax for the rest of the afternoon before the semis and final to come later today. We welcome our next ride up onto the track. Please welcome from New South Wales. This is Jeremy Cannon. He'll be going up against the rider from Queensland, Mitchell Louis. So Mitchell Louis leads away, the faster of the two qualifiers here. Jeremy Cannon just relaxed, sitting in second spot for this first half a lap. Not going to worry about too much. It's not going to all begin and end here in this first lap of racing. All the pressure in this first lap, always on the lead rider to keep an eye on what's going on behind them. As Cannon gives Louis quite a bit of distance there, laying off, very old school style. You see the riders just a lot closer together nowadays than sprinting. Tactics a lot more straightforward, or the rules, should I say, a lot more straightforward in sprinting nowadays. It's about what you can and what you can't do as they head down the back straight, still at the very bottom of the track. As Louis leads the way, a lap and a half to go, getting a little bit more twitchy because you'll know that Cannon's going to move. Still at the bottom of the track, just darting up and down a little bit, just try and get a little bit of run off the banking to get on top of the gear. Louis now underway as they go through 200 metres to go. He's just going to continue to get on top of that gear as he goes, though. You see him really forcing the pace as Cannon didn't really use the banking to try and get himself up to speed. Louis goes through 10.84 quite comfortably. Now put your hands together again for Mitchell Louis. First ride done in the quarterfinals for the Queenslander home track. A big afternoon of racing ahead. We move on to our next heat now, ladies and gentlemen. It's all Victorian affair, this one. Rider 121 in the white helmet is Reuben Smith. Rider 119, Daniel Power, both from Victoria. Smith leads down the back straight, right at the bottom of the track, these guys, not too worried about anything just for that first half lap. Not a lot of room between them this time. Power gaining a little bit of height. Wants to use all of the banking to try and get on top of the gear when he chooses to do so. Try the element of surprise. Smith doing a good job of just covering the track nicely. Dives down as soon as he sees Power start to move. Now they're out of the saddle as they head to the back straight. Lap and a half to go, and Smith is just going to get underway with it already. Power just caught off guard ever so slightly there. Didn't realise that Smith was going on with it. Tried to gain height to get on top of the gear, and Smith was riding away from him. They head down the back straight. Smith sort of sits up a little bit. He knows he's got this well within him. Just got to finish it off into the home straight, though. And Smith goes across the line. These two guys know each other pretty well, racing in Victoria. So Reuben Smith felt as though he had the measure of that, so he just tried to turn off the gas a little bit earlier. 11.32. Now we go on to our final round of heat number one of our junior men's 19 sprints, and it's all New South Wales affair, this one. So we'll have rider number 89, Noah Mason, up against rider number 83, Xavier Bland. Noah Mason in the black helmet, to differentiate between the two riders. Xavier Bland leads down the back straight. Noah Mason just up on the outside of him, having a good eye on him. He was the faster of the two in qualifying. Everything to race for these guys. Best of three, so they can back themselves here. Try something in the first one. If you're the slower qualifier, if they know each other really well, they'll know how each of them recovers after a big effort. So sometimes, these days, especially with some of the gear ratios used in sprinting, trying to get to a third ride is sometimes a very huge, very big benefit in this type of sprinting. They go through with 1 lap to go this time. Xavier Bland's just gone on with it. He's not waited at all. Noah Mason went high to try and gain some pace and get on top of the gear, but Xavier Bland just got underway, and he's going to take ride number 1. No trouble at all for Xavier Bland. He'll take ride number 1. Noah Mason just caught a little bit flat-footed in that one. 10.9 from the front there from Xavier Bland. Accelerated from the bottom of the tracks. That's a very nice ride there from Xavier. 2 more rides, or 1 more ride and he's through. But Noah Mason's got some work to do on the next one. Good racing here from our junior men 19 sprinters and our individual pursuiters here this morning. If you're joining us on AusCycling YouTube, I hope you're enjoying the coverage. If you want to see the results, if you've only just joined us, please go on to results.auscycling.org.au. The next event that we're going to have come out onto the track, a change of pace once again here today. It'll be event 8 on our programs. It's going to be the elite men individual pursuit qualifying. We've got 5 heats, 10 riders in all. The top 2 will go to the gold medal final, and 3rd and 4th fastest times will ride off for bronze later in the day. So we'll just allow our commissaires and our judges to get themselves into position, and we'll bring the starting gates out onto the track. So if you're watching from home, chance to leave the screen for a moment, get yourselves a drink, freshen up. Also in the grandstand, keep yourselves hydrated. It's quite warm out there, and say hello to everyone at the canteen in the home straight. We welcome in the back straight from Chinese Taipei, Yu Ji Huang, and in the home straight from Tasmania, Sam McKee. So we're away in heat number 1 of our elite men's individual pursuit qualifying. 4,000 metres as opposed to the 3,000 metres that our juniors do. And we've got Sam McKee of Tasmania in the home straight. And he's going up against one of our international competitors here this weekend from Chinese Taipei. We have Yu Huang. Got a very nice field of individual pursuiters here today. Heat number 2, we'll have Kurt Ether from New South Wales against Angus Miller of South Australia. Heat number 3 is Rowan Hayden-Smith of Queensland against Jack Dola from WA. Then we have James Moriarty of Queensland up against John Carter from WA. And then Heat 5, Josh Duffy from Tasmania against Connor Lay of WA, who is fastest recorded West Australian over 4,000 metres in the history of the sport, and really has been the man to beat at national individual pursuit championships and Oceania championships over the last several years when he's ridden the Oshis. So a really crack field. I know we have a lot of our endurance riders these days on the Pro Tour as well, your Welsfords and Kel O'Briens and so forth, but we've still got a number of people here who are going to be riding looking at Paris later in the year. So a crack field of individual pursuiters. Sam McKee goes through, riding very nicely just at the moment. Let's have a look and see what his coach is saying to him when he comes through the first 2,000 metres, so the halfway mark for the Tasmanian. Goes through in 2:17. And Huang of Chinese Taipei sitting on his schedule quite nicely. His coach standing down around the 100-metre mark. So just the different versions of the way the coaches stand on the track these days. The old way was very much, or the way we were used to years ago, was your coach would stand sort of slightly into the bend as the rider from Chinese Taipei's coach is. And then, of course, the newer way, when I say newer, it's been happening for the best part of a decade or more, but standing a lot closer to the pursuit line, especially in Australia with the Australian team, and institute coaches tend to go that way. McKee moving quite nicely. First ride out on track to set the times. We know what the real fast man can do here. Connor Lay goes into single figures around the 4.7, 4.8 mark for Connor Lay, so you get a real idea of just how quickly they go. Then you've got James Moriarty here as well, who rode Nations Cup just a few weeks ago. Josh Duffy as well, very low 10s, 11s in the 4,000 metre individual pursuit, so expect to see some fast times. Warm conditions here, but we've seen some superbly fast rides. Championship record in the elite sprint, championship record in the junior sprint, and an all-comers national championship and national record in the 19s from Will Holmes. So, as they say, she's a fast day here at Anna Meares Velodrome. McKee is going to come into the home straight this time and receive bell lap. Go through 4:16, so looking at around the 4:30, 4:32 mark at the moment as he heads down the back straight. Huang will now receive the bell as well. So Sam McKee as the first rider to set the number 1 time of the day. He'll stop the clock, 4:33.240. Huang will go through the 200 and finish off his time in the back straight. This time, the rider from Chinese Taipei stops the clock at 4:42.659. So Sam McKee from Tasmania gets us underway. He'll go to the hot seat for the time being, 4:33.240. There's quite the field to follow though. And we welcome into the back straight for heat number 2, the rider from South Australia. This is Angus Miller. And in the home straight from New South Wales, this is Kurt Ether. So both riders away from the starting gate quite comfortably. They'll get on top of the gear, try and settle in over this first 2 to 3 laps. The last thing you want to be doing in the 4,000 metre individual pursuit is starting too quickly. These guys will have a good understanding of what time they can do, and they'll sit to a schedule very similar. And if the legs are good, if the legs are just that little bit better than they normally are, they'll just ask of themselves something they normally wouldn't over that last sort of 1,500 metres and really try to bring it home to a PB. These guys are all elite riders, elite seniors. However, they're all young enough to be in a situation of being able to look at personal besting each time they go to a championship these days and get faster and faster as they go. That's what they'll be trying to do anyway. Kurt Ether just with the edge over Angus at the moment as they head down the back straight. We'll come up this time. We'll see where they are for the first kilometre. We'll go through around the 110, so quite a comfortable start at this level for these guys, but they'll comfortably negative splitting these sorts of rides. Somewhere in the mid-20s, mid to high 20s at the moment. Ether and Miller neck and neck as they go through. This, of course, heat number 2 of 5 heats in all. Fastest 2 will ride for the gold and silver medal later this evening. 3rd and 4th will ride off for the bronze medal. Of course, we've got the sprint rounds all finishing today. The championship for the men and for the under-19 men finishing today. Same with the pursuits, individuals. But the women's Kieran today as well as junior women and elite women scratch races taking place. So plenty to look forward to racing wise today. 5 days of racing here at Anna Meares Velodrome. Plenty to look forward to. And the Elimination Championship also been brought back into the program here at the National Championships. That'll happen early next week. So much racing to look forward to. They come through now. We've got Miller just starting to edge out in front of Kurt Ether. Angus Miller moving nicely. Coach Brett Aitken in the back straight. Not getting too animated. He's just quite happy with what his rider's doing at the moment. Obviously sitting near the schedule. New South Wales coach in the home straight, Becticello. Just asking a little bit more out of Kurt Ether this time. Just falling off the schedule ever so slightly, but Miller looking very strong here, looking smooth, that's for sure. When he hits the back straight this time, we'll have 4 laps to go. We'll get some sort of an idea of how he's tracking. Goes through 3:18 at the moment, 3:20 for Kurt Ether. So possibly around the 24-25 mark at the moment for Angus Miller. At the pace that he's been sitting on at the moment anyway. Brett Aitken just asking for a little bit more though. Miller comes through, leading this heat quite comfortably now. Kurt Ether just falling off the pace a little bit more gradually. Into the back straight. Nice piece of riding here from Angus Miller. It's been a strong ride. He comes into the home straight this time. Get behind the South Australian. Hot conditions, tough riding here for these guys. He's going to find the bell lap. It's going to be a sweet sound with 1 lap to go. Really moving. He's going to be short 20s here, probably around the 22, 23 here for Miller. He's really moved nicely over this last few laps. Goes through the 200 now. Miller, how close can he get to 20, 21, 22? Looks like a 23, 23.74 for Angus Miller. Kurt Ether, he's going to cross the line, 4:28.51. So the top 2 times so far. So nice ride there from Angus Miller. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to Heat 3 now of the Elite Men's Individual Pursuit Qualifying, and welcome in the back straight. Representing WA, it is Jack Dola. In the home straight, representing Queensland, we welcome Rowan Hayden-Smith. Both riders away comfortably. Nice starts from both. Angus Miller sits at the top of the leaderboard so far, 4:23.742. Then we go back to 4:28, 4:33, 4:42. So a bit of an understanding of where these two will be as the ride goes on at the moment. Jack Dola out to a fast start, the young West Aussie. So, of course, this heat number 3, and then we've got heat 4 or 5. So this is quite a tough heat, this one, to be going out to try and set the best time you possibly can here. Technically, the seed just before the top 4 seeds get out onto the track. So you'll ask a little bit more of yourself, that little bit more pressure. 1:09 for Jack Dole, the fastest by quite some way for that first kilometre so far. Done quite nicely at junior and under 23 level so far in his road racing, Jack Dola, so quite a strong road rider. Of course, the WA team quite keen to do something here in the teens pursuit. They've brought a teens pursuit team again with them. Silver last year, been national champions recently as well. So see some good contests throughout this next few days between some very well-drilled teams at national championship level. Look at the ride here from Dola, going quite nicely against Rowan Hayden-Smith, because Rowan Hayden-Smith is a very, very good bike rider. And Jack Dola really taking up the challenge here. Just thinking, can I get into that top 4? Can I ride off for a medal later today? Moriarty, Carter, Connor Lay and Josh Duffy still to come for superb names in the endurance space here in Australian cycling. Dola moving nicely. Rowan Hayden-Smith. Have a look at the coach. Coach just yelling the times there, going quite nicely. He's going to have to lift over this last 1,500 metres. Because Dola is out after him, trying to catch him now over this last bit. He's got nothing to lose. Just going to try and set the fastest possible time he can. So for Dola in this position, almost a question of throwing the schedule book out the window for a few laps and just trying to chase Rowan Hayden-Smith and go out and get him. Good piece of riding here. So head towards the back straight. This will be 1,000 metres to go for Jack Dola here as we have a look up on the scoreboard and see how he's going. Gone through 3:15.97 here. Now the fastest time's 4:23, so he's well inside the time of Angus Miller. And Jack Dola will be travelling towards his fastest time ever done as well. If he can get himself inside that 4:20 mark. Gets up round the outside of Rowan Hayden-Smith at the perfect time to do so in the home straight. Then straight down in the bend as he goes into the back straight here. Good piece of riding here by the West Australian. He'll come through and get the bell lap this time. Jack Dola getting asked of everything here, looking to get inside that 4:20 mark. I think he's going to do it comfortably, to be honest with you. Jack Dola goes through with half a lap to go, probably looking at around the 18:19 mark here. This is a good ride from the young man as he goes across the line. 4:18, 4:19, didn't stop. Well done, timekeeper. Anyway, put your hands together for Jack Dola. We'll get the official time very shortly. Rowan Hayden-Smith crosses the line. We'll get to Jack Dola's time. We'll get to Jack Dola's official time very shortly. Rowan Hayden-Smith crossed in 4:27.863, so that puts him in third position so far. I think Dola was around the 18:19 mark, but we'll get the official time as soon as it comes to us. But a nice piece of riding. Put himself in good stead with the final two heats to go. But the final two heats are red hot. Don't worry about that. Move on to our penultimate heat here, ladies and gentlemen, in the individual pursuit qualifying. Please welcome in the back straight from WA, it's John Carter. In the home straight from Queensland, please welcome James Moriarty. So Moriarty and Carter underway here, moving nicely. Saw James Moriarty competing at the Nations Cup just a couple of weeks ago in Adelaide as part of the Australian Teams Pursuit teams. He comes into the home straight this time. We'll have a look at where he is after the first kilometre. Goes through in a 18.94, just a little bit in front of John Carter. So Moriarty tracking the quickest at the moment up to this point. Still waiting on the official time of Jack Dola, but vision-wise, we're looking at about 18:19. without the stopwatch stopping on the scoreboard when it went through, but we'll get that official time when it gets to us to give us a bit of an idea of where Moriarty and Carter are sort of tracking. Carter going with Moriarty here. Moriarty, more of the noted individual pursuiter here, so this is good riding here from John Carter. Of course, won the scratch race here at the National Championships last year. And one of those riders who's really just on the cusp of the top tier teams with the Australian Endurance Program. John Carter, Moriarty, James Moriarty, been in that area for a few years now and doing very nicely with it as well. He's got the edge over John Carter at this moment as they go through. 2:10 for the first 2,000 metres, both neck and neck. So very nice indeed. Moriarty doesn't move the upper body at all. Head tucked under, beautiful aerodynamic position as he heads down the back straight. Carter very similar indeed as well. Just look where their heads are positioned in comparison to how flat their backs are. Aerodynamics so important in the sport of cycling these days, as we've found out with wind tunnel testing and power outputs and how much you can save and how much more you can do. Moriarty just starting to edge clear now of John Carter. Heads down the back straight, 4.5 laps to go. It's been a good ride by Carter to go toe-to-toe with him over those first 3 kilometres. No theatrics from his coach there, James Moriarty, because he's going through. 3:11 just went through then. Moving nicely. He comes up now. Should be around. Still leading well and truly the quicker time at the moment. John Carter, he's got himself into the second quickest time. So great ride here from both riders. We're just still waiting on the updated time of Jack Dola, but Moriarty not moving an inch. The shoulders not rocking, the head not rocking. Not from fatigue anyway, it's just from all-out pace. He comes up this time to receive bell lap. So James Moriarty going to set the fastest time of the day so far. It's going to be very, very close to around the 10:11 mark. High 11 possibly here for James Moriarty as he comes into the home straight. James Moriarty is going to stop the clock. It's just going to be around the 12, gets to a 13 in there, 13:19. John Carter is going to stop the clock in the back straight, 18.384. So Moriarty will go top of the leaderboard. John Carter for now will say second, but we don't have the confirmed time of the Jack Dola ride just yet, so we'll wait on that. I do now. So John Carter will stay in second, and Jack Dola's official time was 4:19.078. James Moriarty, 4:13.193. Beautiful ride there from James. John Carter, 4:18.384. We've got one more heat to come. We welcome in the back straight from Tasmania. This will be Josh Duffy. In the home straight, please welcome the defending champion and the fastest individual pursuiter ever recorded in Australia. This is Connor Lay from Western Australia. So underway now between Connor Lay and Josh Duffy. Josh Duffy does a superb individual kilometre, so expect to see him just that little bit edged in front over the first couple of laps. However, Connor Lay, it'll be 4 minutes in single figures when he's at his absolute best. Of course, he's had it his own way for many years in the individual pursuit at the Nationals and Oceania Championships. Rode the Nations Cup, Teams Pursuit. He will be in Paris with the Teams Pursuit later in the year. And Josh Duffy, he is still on a march here. He'll go through the back straight this time. Josh Duffy, this is his first kilometre, goes through 1:08. Connor Lay's gone through in 1:09, so Josh Duffy is really moving nicely here. So Connor Lay, a little bit of a, well, we'll say controlled start at the moment, because the way he can finish off changes, just changes everything. But they have to wake up each day and ride their bikes and be in good form and have good legs. So Josh Duffy, he's taken it up in that first part of the journey. Such a good 1,000-metre time trial rider, putting Connor Lay under all sorts of pressure over this first part of the journey. Now, Connor Lay, he really will be riding to a point of qualifying. He knows what he can do, so he's going to, his first aim will be to get underneath the time of James Moriarty. Then worry about the rest of the day after that. They'll come through to their respective start stations this time with 8 laps to go. So 2:10, identical times there, 2:10.89, 2:10.89 and 90. So Lay starting to build into it very nicely indeed there. Really moving on the new Factor bike, Connor Lay. New bike, this is the talk of the town. If you look online, it's got a price tag of something like $92,000. So available to the public. Connor Lay goes through on the Factor bike. A beautiful thing in real life when you get up close and have a look at them. He now leads Josh Duffy, so he'll be quite comfortable now with the situation. Josh Duffy still moving nicely. Connor Lay, second quickest time. Josh Duffy, fourth quickest time. Jack Dolan will be sitting down in the track centre, watching the time of Josh Duffy very carefully indeed. At the moment, he's in the final 4. If he can beat one of these guys, Duffy's moved himself into third, so now he's picking up pace. Connor Lay up into second. I get the impression that Lay may be just moving a little bit quicker over the last couple of laps. Comes through this time. 3 laps to go for Lay, 3 laps to go for Duffy. Connor Lay moving nicely. He'll come into the home straight this time with 500 metres to go. We'll see where his time is compared to James Moriarty. Moriarty's time is going to stand up at the moment and stand up beautifully. Lap and a half to go for Connor Lay. Duffy's got himself up into third, so he's putting the pressure on nicely to make sure he's in the 4. Connor Lay goes through 3:57. Big last lap. Can he get himself up into the top spot here, Connor Lay? So he gets the home straight start tonight against James Moriarty. Yes, he does. 4:12.948 for the defending champion. Josh Duffy got himself up into third, 4:15.288. It was a class piece of riding by Connor Lay. Did what he had to do to qualify first here and then ride for gold later today, because he's got a big weekend of racing as well. Didn't use any more than he had to. So Connor Lay will qualify first, 4:12.948. James Moriarty, 4:13.19, just 0.24 behind him. Then Josh Duffy, 4:15.288. And John Carter will round out our top 4 of 4:18.384. Jack Dolan is the man to miss out on the closeness there, as he rode 4:19.078. So great calibre in our men's individual pursuing field. And lots to look forward to as we move throughout the day here today. There'll be a change of pace again very shortly, ladies and gentlemen, as we move back to our sprint rounds in the quarterfinals, the elite men's sprint and junior men's sprint. So we move on to the second ride between Ryan Elliott of Queensland and Matt Richardson of Western Australia. Matt Richardson one ride up in this best of three quarterfinals. Of course, Richo, the defending champion of the elite sprint. And Ryan Elliott would have had to think about the first ride, trying to work out what he can do against Richo, because, well, Richardson, when he decided to go in the first ride, he didn't move his upper body at all. It looked like he was just riding to the shops, but he went round and rode to the shops in 9.9. Very comfortably indeed. So Ryan Elliott got some work to do, but the main thing is to take the race up here. Take the race up to the defending champion. And he is indeed, as they head down the back straight. Elliott leads the way, keeping Richardson high, keeping him covered on the track. Richardson, though, straight up round the outside. No second guessing from Richardson. You can see Ryan Elliott was just sort of hovering, thinking that Richardson was maybe going to dive underneath him, and Elliott would have been ready for that, but Richardson didn't even mind. Straight up round the outside. The defending champion goes through into the semi-finals very comfortably indeed. Round of applause for Ryan Elliott. 10.27 there for Richardson. We'll see Ryan Elliott again in the 5th to 8th ride-off. But Matt Richardson, as we've seen at Nations Cup and then the Oceania Championships, on very good form at the start here of 2024. Move on to our next heat, and this is heat number 2, race number 2 between Matthew Glaetzer of South Australia and Azul Awang from Malaysia. Glaetzer took ride number 1. And it was a real good contest between these two. They should have met in the bronze medal ride-off at the Nations Cup, but unfortunately Awang fell ill just before that ride after a big couple of days of racing. And Glaetzer took the bronze medal at the Nations Cup, the former world sprint champion. Of course, Awang, former world Kirin champion back in 2017 in Hong Kong. Fantastic win. And very much treated as a favourite son of Australian track cycling is Azzi Awang. Thanks to all the time the Malaysian team have spent in Victoria, being looked after by super coach John Beasley. So Awang leads down the back straight. Glaetzer, it was a good contest, the first one. Glaetzer had to go. There was no, this is not an easy ride. These two are quite evenly matched, really, in the match sprinting. Glaetzer, the faster qualifier, obviously, but he's a big, strong, powerful rider, and he goes very nicely in the 200-metre qualifier. As Awang is more of the match race rider, you can see that he's starting to twitch about. He's going to make sure that Matt Glaetzer really has to work for this one. He's going to try and hold him up as best he can here, Awang. But he's also going to get on top of the gear. They come into the home straight this time. Awang dictating terms as they get up to 1 lap to go. Has a big look over the shoulder. Still not fully underway. Now they're underway down the back straight. Out of the saddle, Awang going to try and put Glaetzer on the hip and keep him there. But is Glaetzer just too strong this year? Yes, he is indeed. Matt Glaetzer goes through over the top of Azzi Awang. I don't think Matt Glaetzer have had a tougher ride in a quarterfinals at a national championship than that one, but he does it nicely. 2 rides straight. He goes through to the semi-final, and we'll see Awang again throughout this weekend in other events. Move on to heat number 3, race number 2. This is between Lee Hoffman from South Australia, who's one ride up already. He's going up against Daniel Barber of New South Wales. It's Lee Hoffman's turn to lead away this time. And he was absolutely brimming with confidence in the first one, Lee Hoffman. Got it by the width of a tyre is all he got it, but he did it so easily. Judged it to absolute perfection. At one stage I thought Daniel Barber had got him, but Lee Hoffman, once he got to the bottom bracket of Daniel Barber in the first one, it's almost like he turned off and he got it just by the width of his tyre. Very comfortably indeed. So I've spoken of the top 4 Australian sprinters here. And what I mean by the top 4, that's the team sprint team of Richardson, Glaetzer, Hoffman, who's the starter, and also Tom Cornish. And so far, all 4 of them have shown absolute class and a clean pair of heels, but Barber is taking Hoffman on here. Hoffman's going to lead out and start to build up pace here. Barber goes to the top of the track, now dives down, trying to get on top of the gear, but Hoffman, he's underway a little bit more seriously this time. They head down the back straight as Barber tries to get into the slipstream. He's in the slipstream, he comes up to the hit. Can Barber get there? Not quite. Lee Hoffman goes across the line, half a wheel ahead. Daniel Barber, he's got some goods, hasn't he? He really ran home nicely there against Hoffman. Hoffman goes through 10.02, so he will go through to the semi-final. Put your hands together for Lee Hoffman, and a good ride there from Daniel Barber. He's got a fair bit in him. Move on to heat number 4 now, ride number 2 between Tom Cornish of New South Wales and Byron Davies of Queensland. Tom Cornish took the first ride. So Byron Davies leads down the back straight. Tom Cornish staying right near him. He's trying to pull things up on the top of the banking and does so nicely. Tom Cornish is equal to the task here. I'm going to force Byron Davies back to the front if he can. Good work there by Tom Cornish. Byron Davies had him a little bit perplexed, but he was able to keep his second spot there. He wants to be in the slipstream just for now. They go through. Davies high on the track, just slows it down a little bit. All the track open for Cornish to move. Now Davies goes to the bottom of the track, keeping a good eye on what Cornish is doing. Cornish seems quite content to wait to see if Byron Davies is going to accelerate. Davies still having a good look at Cornish. They're nowhere near full on as they go through the 200. Now out of the saddle down the back straight, but have a look at the pace of Tom Cornish. Doesn't even move his upper body. He just makes his legs go around quicker, and that was comfortable for Tom Cornish. That was some sprinting there. So Tom Cornish will go through in the from the quarterfinals through to the semis. And we'll see Byron Davies again in the 5 to 8s and the other events through the weekend. So we move on to race number 2 of heat number 1 now for our junior men's 19 sprint. Tate Ryan took ride number 1, and Kai Arbery needs to get the better of him this time to try and make it go to 3 rides. They'll come through this time. Keeping a good eye on each other again. Tate Ryan in the second wheel. Got the height advantage. He was quite a bit further clear in ride number 1, and he was about half a second clear in the qualifying. So should just be going through the motions. But good riding here from Kai Arbery. He's going to take him on. He's going to say, you might beat me, but I'm going to make you sprint for 200 metres to do so if I can. And they go down the back straight. The World Junior 1,000-metre time trial champion up round the outside very comfortably in the end. Has a look over underneath the shoulder. And Tate Ryan goes through to the semi-final here for later today very comfortably in the end. So just as we move on to the next ride on our junior men's 19s, we go back to the race between Lee Hoffman and Daniel Barber. Lee Hoffman crossed the line first. There is a relegation. Lee Hoffman is relegated to second place. Daniel Barber now takes that ride. So there will be a third ride between South Australia's Lee Hoffman and New South Wales' Daniel Barber. Now have 1 apiece. We move on to our next ride here in the junior men's, and it's Mitchell Louis up against Jeremy Cannon. The Queensland versus New South Wales. Mitchell Louis took ride number 1. Cannon leads down the back straight now. Mitchell Louis, 1 ride up. Just keeping on top of the gear that little bit more, just trying to make sure that he's forcing Louis just to keep moving himself forward here. So Cannon down the back straight. Mitchell Louis now goes to him. Good racing here between these two. But Louis just a little bit faster, a little bit stronger here. He's done it the hard way, up round the outside. So good contest from Jeremy Cannon. He took him on, but Mitchell Louis, he will put himself through to the semi-finals. We'll see the Queenslander again later this afternoon. Move on to heat number 3 now of the junior men's 19 sprint. And we bring it back to the track. Rider 121, Ruben Smith, who was one ride up against his teammate from Victoria, Daniel Power. So Ruben Smith in the white helmet. He leads this one ride up of this best of 3 contest. Daniel Power leads down the back straight, just keeping an eye on Ruben Smith. There was a good contest between these two earlier, but Smith certainly had the edge over the two of them to take race number 1. So Power will be looking for some way to upset the apple cart a little bit here between the two of them. He's doing the right thing. He's keeping the faster man high up on the track, forcing him to come through the gap. Smith's not too worried about it. Got the power down the banking, used the banking nicely. Now gets himself out in front of Daniel Power. The Power's going to make him race. There's no worries about that. He's not going to have an easy one down the back straight. Ruben Smith leads the way. Daniel Power still chasing out after him. Ruben Smith once again in the habit of having a big look over the shoulder first in the middle of the back straight and again in the home straight. He gets it comfortably. But Daniel Power said, no, you're going to race the full 200 metres, and he did so. 11.01. Good ride, Ruben Smith. He will go through to the semi-finals here. Good contest between the two Victorian riders. Heat number 4, race number 2 now of the junior men's 19 sprints. Xavier Bland is one ride up, rider number 83 in the white helmet in front of Noah Mason. It was a very good ride by Xavier, the first ride. Seemed like Noah Mason just got caught a little bit flat-footed in the home straight as they started to get underway with the sprint in the first one. So we'll see what they can do in this one, whether Noah can bounce back or whether Xavier's just got the edge today. So often you have two riders who are very close all the time, and then all of a sudden You wake up differently, it just doesn't go quite right, and one seems to gain a yard and the other one seems to lose a yard for no reason whatsoever. These two will know each other very well. Xavier Bland putting the pressure on from second spot, making sure that Noah Mason is dictating pace, but he's making him go early as well. They start to build the pace with 1 lap to go. Noah Mason doesn't want to get caught off guard, but he has. He's gotten caught off guard in this one. Xavier Bland straight up round the outside. Good piece of riding here from Xavier. Noah Mason trying to get to him now. Looked like he'd done it all right, but Xavier Bland just got the edge here. 2 rides straight. He'll go through to the semi-finals a bit later today. 10.73 for Xavier Bland. Very fast indeed for the junior men's. But he just wasn't going to be dictated to in both rides there. Great ride from Xavier. We'll see more of Noah over the next few days. Very good riding. So as we saw in our earlier elite men's rounds, we saw 17 to 22 have races for their placings. So we're about to do the same thing in the junior men's 19 sprint. So we'll have a sprint between the 9th fastest and 10th fastest riders here. So we'll see Patrick May of New South Wales take on Neil van der Kerk of South Australia. This is the sprint right off for 9th versus 10th. Whoever wins this one goes 9th. Whoever loses ends up 10th. And we'll have 11 v12 and 13 v14. So plenty of sprint action for our riders at the National Championships these days. Not all these riders get the opportunity to ride against different people from different states all the time. We're a big country, let's be honest. You can't get to everywhere all the time, so when they get to the National Championships, every opportunity has been developed to get as many riders racing against each other for the experience and building on their knowledge. So we've got Pat May leading Neil van der Kerk as they come up with 2 to go. And Neil van der Kerk just taunting Patrick May there, seeing if he's going to go early. Patrick not having anything of it. Head down the back straight. Good piece of riding here now. May started to sense that van der Kerk was just started to build pace or thinking about building pace. Now he's going to go early from here. Patrick May taking advantage of the fact he was laying off. He may have fallen into the trap of van der Kerk, and I think he has, because van der Kerk was quite happy for the long sprint to open up. And he comes around the outside of Patrick May, and he will go through, take that one out, and find himself in 9th place outright in the Sprint Championship. This is our ride-off for 11th versus 12th here. Representing Queensland, please welcome Archie Pratt. Representing Victoria, we welcome Hamish Clarkson. Archie Pratt will lead away. So if they didn't get the opportunity to ride these 9 to 14th place ride-offs, the way it would stand is Hamish Clarkson would have finished 11th and Archie Pratt 12th, based on qualifying and how the rounds have proceeded. So there's an opportunity to defend your place or take a place, which is a very good initiative here at the National Championships. Started a few years ago now. Pratt leads through, keeping a good eye on Clarkson. Hometown advantage on the Anna Meares Velodrome for the Queenslander. Keeping a good eye on him, but they head down the back straight. Pace starts to build. The Victorian keeping high. Queenslander trying to cover the track, doing a good job of it too, but he's going to start an early sprint here. Pratt leads through, Clarkson in the slipstream. They go through 200 as they head down to the back straight this time. Pratt still moving nicely. Clarkson trying to get up round the hip if he can. They're into the home straight. Pratt going to hang on, is he, or is Clarkson going to go to him? He does. Oh, I tell you what, it was right on the line. I think Clarkson got up there unofficially. And now officially, Hamish Clarkson up round the outside in 11.34. Manages to take that one out, and he'll find himself finishing in 11th place outright in the championship. So a good ride there from Hamish. We move on to the ride for 13th versus 14th here. Representing Queensland, we welcome Harry Preston. Representing New South Wales, we welcome Zane Fisher. So Preston leads down the back straight. Fisher goes high, just trying to dictate terms a little bit from second position. Wants to get high on the track so he can use the banking against his opponent. So he goes high, which forces Harry to come up to the top of the track with him. They go through with 2 laps to go. Quite solid pace for a sprint match here. Now Fisher dives down, takes to the position. Now they're at the bottom of the track. Pace goes up. Fisher not looking round, not really interested in what Preston's doing at the moment. Not flat out just yet, so it's going to be a long sprint through the 200 now. Zane Fisher, Preston going to him in the back straight, trying to get up alongside before the bend, trying to get past his hip. Now goes to him handlebar to handlebar as they come into the home straight. Good riding by the Queenslander. Strong ride in the end. Harry Preston comfortably takes that one out, and he will find himself finishing the tournament in 13th place. Zane Fisher will finish in 14th. So, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome back Lee Hoffman of South Australia and Daniel Barber of New South Wales. This is the final deciding ride in the Elite Men's Sprint quarterfinals. 1 ride apiece for these 2 riders. It's just one of those beautiful things about the sport of cycling. First ride, Lee Hoffman only got it by the tyre width, but he did it so comfortably, really. So much confidence in it. But then Daniel Barber, I've said it before, and anyone who's seen Dan Barber over the last several years develop, he's definitely got a lot to offer in this area of sprinting discipline. And he took Hoffman on, just caused the mistake by Lee Hoffman, and we find ourselves in a third ride here between the two. Hoffman leads, Barber follows. They come up to get 2 laps to go this time. You get the impression that they'll both be just that little bit more attentive for this one. Big opportunity to break through, and another opportunity to make sure they find themselves in the top 4 again. Pace goes up. Barber, you've got to be impressed. He likes to build the pace up. He takes on his opponent, Lee Hoffman. The starter for the Australian team leads, has a look over the shoulder. Barber's going with him though. Hoffman's going to have to get everything he's got here because Barber was there in the first one. Hoffman seems to have a bit more to him this time though. They come into the home straight. Hoffman didn't mess around in the third ride, just got the job done, and he'll go through into the semi-finals. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Lee Hoffman and Dan Barber. That was a good contest for the quarterfinals here at a national championships. So we move on to event 14. I hope you're enjoying our coverage on AusCycling YouTube channel here today, if you're around the country or somewhere else in the world. Of course, tonight you'll be able to watch all the action on SBS On Demand. We'll have Scott McGorry and Kate Bates calling the action online this evening. Plenty of gold medal finals to be run. We move on to the ride-off for 9th versus 10th here in the elite men's sprint. We're welcome to the track in the red helmet from Western Australia, Finn Carpenter. And in the yellow helmet at the top of the track, we welcome Shane Perkins. So Finn Carpenter has drawn front position here and he'll lead away. Shane Perkins qualified 8th this morning. It's just around 9.93, so it was a nice time. Nice to see Shane back at the National Championships. Really concentrating on the team sprint with the rest of the West Australian team. That's what has lured him back. Finn Carpenter from BMX into track cycling. Proud West Aussie rider, but actually resides in Adelaide and trains as part of a training agreement with the South Australian Sports Institute. Big opportunity here for Finn to go up against one of the greats of Australian track sprinting, a former world Keirin champion, team sprint champion, Olympic medalist, Commonwealth Games champion, Shane Perkins. Follows Carpenter down the back straight. Carpenter building pace. He's taking the big man on here. There's good riding here by Carpenter. He's not going to die wondering here. Finn Carpenter has a look. Really gets underway now. Perkins on a big gear. He's got to get it going. But once he gets it going, he really does fly. They head down the back straight. Carpenter not going away just yet. Perkins has got some work to do into the home straight. Carpenter, the young man, he gets it done. What a big scalp to take at this stage of your career. Finn Carpenter takes the ride against Shane Perkins. Good piece of riding there from Finn Carpenter. 10.26 from the front. Put your hands together for young Finn Carpenter here. Nice riding. We move on for the ride-off between 11 versus 12. We welcome from South Australia, we welcome Max Liebknecht, and from Victoria, Sam Gallagher. So Sam Gallagher leads Max Liebknecht down the back straight. These two will know each other very well, came through the junior ranks together. Nice piece of work there from Gallagher. Max equal to the task though, doesn't mess around too long there. Sam Gallagher doesn't want to put too much juice into the legs in that position, because it does take a bit of work to balance the bike like that. These two not messing around for this position. Liebknecht down the back straight, the South Australian out of the saddle, taking on Gallagher nice and early here. Gallagher goes high, trying to get a bit more speed out of the bike, get on top of the gear. Liebknecht into the home straight. Gallagher up around the outside, the shoulder to shoulder. They don't touch though, down the back straight. Gallagher just got too much horsepower straight up around the outside in the end. And Gallagher will take this position. He'll finish 11th in the contest. 12th for Max as they go across the line. We'll see both of those riders in the team sprint and the Kieran later in the week. Move on to our next heat now. This is Jade Madden and Ned Pollard. This is for 13th and 14th. Jade Madden. For the point of difference between the two riders here, both from Victoria. Jade in the white socks, Ned in the black. And Jade leads away. So good contest, good day of sprinting, good contest throughout. Still got the semi-finals of both the men's sprint and the junior men's sprint to come on this first session of racing before we move on to the finals this evening. Evening sessions somewhat shorter than our day sessions with all the qualifying rides and so forth that go on. But there's going to be some fantastic sprinting later this evening. If you're watching it from home on SBS On Demand, if you're watching it here, you'll be able to see some good close racing that we've seen so far. They get underway this time, and Pollard has decided to go very, very early here. And Madden didn't think he was serious, but he is. Ned Pollard stepped out at a lap and a half to go. Jade Madden was obviously thinking he's going to swing up and have a think about it in a second, but he didn't. And he just went on with it. Good riding there from Ned Pollard, took full advantage. And he'll go through. He will take his position of 13th in the competition. And Jade Madden will end up with 14th. We've got one more round of our 9 to 16 sprinting. We'll be coming up onto the track very shortly. This time what you're welcome from New South Wales. This is John Trovis. His opponent is Nicholas Papadakis from Victoria. And this is for 15th versus 16th. Papadakis leads away in front of John Trovis now. Quite a decent morning of sprinting, or day of sprinting, for these riders already. As we started competition 11 o'clock this morning here in Queensland. Heading towards 4 p.m. now, so it's a long time to be warming up and warming down and trying to stay hydrated. It's very warm down there in the track centre. 31 degrees outside. Sun's out. Very hot day and quite sticky as well. So it'll take a lot out of these riders on day one of competition as they move down the back straight. Good moving here by the Victorian. Trovis starts to gain some height. Trying to get in the slipstream at run at the Victorian down the back straight now. John Trovis trying to defend his place here, though. They go up round the bend, gets up alongside him. No worries at all for John Trovis. Into the home straight. Trovis takes that one out. So he'll end up with 15th. Nicholas Papadakis will go 16th. A shake of the hands for the boys in the back straight. 10.93 from the front there for John Trovis. We move on to event 15A. This is our junior men's semi-final starting now. We welcome onto the track rider number 83 representing New South Wales. This is Xavier Bland. He'll be going up against the rider from South Australia, Tate Ryan. This is the best of three. So Tate Ryan, our fastest qualifier from this morning's 200-metre qualifying competition, taking the competition record, 10:03. And he was predominantly half a second quicker than the rest of the field here this morning. So he's looked very comfortable. Xavier Bland impressed. And he impressed me in the quarterfinals. He was really moving nicely. Now he's up against the fastest man on the track, and he's forcing the fastest man on the track to go very, very early here. Tate Ryan leads through the 200, but Xavier can't quite hold the slipstream there. And Tate Ryan comfortably here. He's still going to work at it, but Xavier wasn't able to quite hold on to the slipstream. So Tate Ryan goes through, takes the first ride. 10:05.6. No wonder he couldn't hold the slipstream. Very quickly indeed for Tate Ryan. So he goes one ride up in the first ride in the semi-finals of the junior men's 19 sprint. So a nice spread of the states here in our junior men's sprint competition. South Australia and New South Wales we've just seen, and now we've got Queensland and Victoria coming out for the second ride, the second heat. So 4 states represented in the final 4, which is great news for the development of track cycling in Australia, to see it so spread out around the country. We welcome up onto the track as they just start to strap in. We'll welcome rider 121, Ruben Smith from Victoria. And representing Queensland, please welcome Mitchell Louis. So Louis leads away from Ruben Smith. Race number 1 in the best of 3 semi-final, junior men's 19s. If you're joining us online on AusCycling YouTube, welcome, hello. If you'd like to see the results of the day, you can go to results.auscycling at .org.au. So results.auscycling.org.au is where you want to go. You can go through all the results so far today. We've seen competition records, all comers national championship records beaten, Australian records beaten by Will Holmes earlier today. So there's been plenty of action as Mitchell Louis has a good look over the shoulder at Ruben Smith here as they come into the home straight. Mitchell Louis getting on top of the gear. Ruben Smith went to him in the home straight. Didn't quite get past him though. Louis fights him off down the back straight. Good strong riding here from the Queenslander. The tactic was right by Smith. He just couldn't quite get past him. But Louis goes through, takes ride number 1. Look forward to ride number 2. That was a good contest between those 2 riders. And Mitchell Louis, 11 dead for the 200. So good sprinting. He goes one ride up. He's got to go in now and recover and get ready for the next one. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's that time already in this championships, and we move on to our first medal ride-off. This is event 16A, and this is the junior men's individual pursuit bronze medal final. Please welcome in the back straight, representing Western Australia, this is Sam Washington. In the home straight, representing Queensland, please welcome Toby Jones. Away now, Toby Jones in the home straight, Sam Washington in the back straight. Times mattered earlier, but now it's just going to matter about who can go the fastest over the next 12 laps. Time's out the window. You just want to beat your man now. Toby Jones was the faster qualifier. Had a little bit up his sleeve against Sam Washington's time this morning. So Washington's got a fair bit of work to do, but it's not beyond him. The under-17 national individual pursuit champion last year. So he's got an opportunity here. Jones leads the way at the moment. The two coaches will be quite happy with how the young chargers have gone so far. Jones out to quite the lead, 1.3 seconds at the moment. He comes through this time. We'll see them through their first kilometre and see how they're travelling. Toby Jones is going nicely, really moving. 1.9, Sam Washington goes through. About 1.10, 1.10.4 there. Jones leads, and he'll be quite comfortable with it as well. You get that 1.5 to 2 second area, you can start to almost pick up where the other rider is in the peripheral. You'll just see them edging down the back straight. So he puts a good feeling inside you, just makes the adrenaline go that little bit more. Jones comes into the home straight, looking very nice indeed as he goes through. Washington's not gone away. He's actually lifted a little bit there. It was 1.3. It's now just inside the second. So Sam Washington, the first year, trying to take him on here. Toby Jones into the home straight. Still shows the way. Washington, though, now that goes to 0.7. So it's gone from 1.4, 1.3 inside the second, now to 0.7. Washington still coming. He's going to take on Jones here and take him on to the best of his ability. They'll go back to their start-finish points here. Now to 0.59. Washington edging closer. 3.5 laps to go for both riders. Washington still trying to come at him. But can Toby Jones lift as they go through now with just a couple to go? Down to 0.452. Washington, he's going well for the last couple of laps. 2.5 to go. Washington edging ever slightly closer again here. Toby Jones is going to get 2 to go. Who's going to win the sprint home? Jones leads. It's now 0.38. Jones still leads the way. Can he lift from here? The big man down the back straight. He leads still, but only just. Washington, has he got anything more inside him here as they come up to get 1 lap to go? Jones is lifted. Jones goes out to 0.648. He's really lifted in that last lap into the back straight. Jones now starting to ride away from Sam Washington. The Queenslander is going to come into the home straight. Toby Jones is going to take the bronze medal. 3:15.80. Sam Washington, 3:17.1. Great ride there from Toby Jones. Good contest. So great ride there from Toby Jones. Takes the bronze medal. We now move on to the final. In the back straight, we welcome from Queensland, Alex Hughes, and in the home straight, we welcome Will Holmes. This morning, Will Holmes rode 3:08.181 for the all-comers and national record. The world record sits around 3.07. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what can happen over the next 3.5 minutes. So Will Holmes away in the home straight. The best part of 7 seconds separated these two riders in qualifying. So we've had the word from the coaching staff of the South Australian and also the commissaires that Will Holmes is going to continue on if there's a situation of the catch takes place. Will Holmes will continue on. Of course, what we'd rather see Alex Hughes improve 2 or 3 seconds from this morning's ride, so we don't see the catch, and both of them improve on their times of this morning, because it'll be good for Alex, and if Will improves on his time this morning, we might be looking at a world record. Let's see how he can go here. Will Holmes comes into the home straight this time. Moving very nicely indeed. His coach, Brett Aitken, the former Olympic champion. Coach of the South Australian team, Will Holmes, into the home straight, goes through 1:06.537. So he has started beautifully quickly, just like he did this morning, or earlier this afternoon, should I say. Will Holmes moving nicely. Alex Hughes as well. Just remember, this man's going for the fastest time he can do, Alex Hughes, but Will Holmes has him in sight now as they go through. Next time round, Will Holmes will receive 5 laps to go. 3:08 this morning for Will Holmes. He's looking to get in the very low 3:07 here, and it will be a world record for him if he can do it. He's heading down the back straight, still looking very comfortable within himself. He's going to get 4 laps to go when he comes into the home straight this time. Alex Hughes doing a good ride, but let's have a look at the time of Will Holmes here. He's gone through in 2:07.941, so just travelling a little bit outside the world record pace and possibly ever so slightly slower than this morning, but still lightning quick. The time this kid is doing. Chases up behind the back of Alex Hughes. The catch is going to happen. There's no two ways about that, and that'll be the end of Alex Hughes' days. But Will Holmes, is he going to keep going and go on with it? Yes, he is. Let's get behind this young South Australian. Let's see what he can try and achieve here today. 3:08 this morning. Not that far outside the world record. Just travelling slightly off it at the moment, but he's going to come through with 1 lap to go. Give him a shout. Young Will Holmes goes through. Moving beautifully into the back straight. Will Holmes goes 3:02, 3:03. It's going to be outside the time that he was looking for. It'll be outside the time of his qualifying ride, but all the same, fantastic riding here from Will Holmes. Takes the national title. He took the national record and all-comers record this morning. It just goes to show just how tough the conditions are once you've been sat in that track centre all day in the hot conditions, warming up and warming down. But put your hands together for Alex Hughes, silver medalist, and Will Holmes, the national champion. Great riding from 2 absolute stars now and stars of the future moving forward in Australian track cycling. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move back to our sprint rounds now. The Junior Men's Sprint Championship. This will be heat number 2. Xavier Bland from New South Wales, already up on track, ready to go. And now Tate Ryan from South Australia. Took ride number 1, a time of 10.56. So Xavier Bland needs to win this one to keep the best of 3 race alive. Xavier Bland leads the way. He'll keep a good eye on Tate Ryan, but Tate Ryan's speed, as we've seen already today, is half a second quicker than the second fastest qualifier this morning. So there'll be 2 lines of thought with Xavier. Do I try something to make this go to 3 rides, or do I just save it up for a bronze medal ride-off, because he's been moving very nicely. This Tate Ryan, he's just that little bit step further than the rest of the field this morning so far. They come up to get 1 lap to go this time. Xavier leads out, and Tate Ryan up round the outside. 1,000-metre world champion in the time trial. He's not messing about, Tate Ryan. Xavier Bland puts the cue back in the rack. Tate takes out ride number 2. He goes through to the final, the young South Australian. We will see Xavier in the ride-off for bronze a little bit later. And even sitting up then, Tate Ryan's gone through in 10.84, easing off in the home straight. So a good piece of riding there. I look forward to seeing him a little bit later on in the gold medal ride-off. That moves us on to race number 2 of our second heat of the Junior Men's 19 Sprint semi-finals. This is a Queensland versus Victoria affair. A welcome from Victoria. Ruben Smith needs to win this one if he wants to try and make the final here today. It was a good close contest between these two. Representing Queensland is Mitchell Louis. Took ride number 1. So Mitchell wins, he'll meet Tate Ryan in the final. If Ruben wins, we'll see another ride between these two. So Ruben Smith's turn to lead away this time. It was a good contest between these two. They absolutely sprinted the full 200 metres in the ride earlier. Mitchell Louis just outthought Ruben as they came up to get 1 lap to go last time. So there's not a lot between these two. It could just come down to tactics, this one. It was a very hard fought sprint, but Mitchell Louis had the inside run and had the strength to just fend off Ruben as they went through in their first ride. So they come up now with 2 laps to go. Not a lot of pace on. Ruben just keeping a good eye on what Mitchell's got to do. And of course, Mitchell will love to ride in the final of the National Sprint Championship on his home track. So he'll be thinking about that while he's out there. Get into that final, get in front of the crowd later this evening for the gold medal ride. Ruben Smith builds pace now. Going to take Mitchell on. This is a good contest between these two riders. Ruben not messing around in this one. Gains some height, gets high, just dives down, almost didn't even bother looking. Now he goes down the back straight. Now Ruben's just got to get on with the job at hand. No turn of the head this time from Ruben, going nicely. This is a strong ride. Can he hang on from there? Mitchell Louis comes at him, but Ruben Smith will send it to 3 rides. Good piece of riding there from the Victorian. Saw him do a few rides earlier today where he had a good look over the shoulder in the last 200 metres to see where his opponent was. He did not do it this time and he won it easily. So well done to Reuben Smith. Mitchell Louis and Reuben Smith will ride for a third time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd just like to turn your attention to our podium and the presentation for the Junior Men's 19 individual pursuit. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our medalists in the Junior Men's Individual Pursuit Final. Medals and jerseys will be presented by Sport Manager AusCycling Kip Kaufman. In third place, representing Queensland, is Toby Jones. In second place, representing Queensland, Alex Hughes. In first place, national champion representing South Australia, Will Holmes. Ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for our medalists in the Junior Men's Individual Pursuit Championship of Australia. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the grandstands, ladies and gentlemen who are joining us on AusCycling YouTube, we've got one more ride for this session. We'll have the deciding ride of our junior men's sprint semi-final between Mitchell Louis and Ruben Smith. We're just giving the riders a few more minutes to recover. They're supposed to have a 10 to 15 minute break, but with a short presentation. Just going to give them a couple more minutes. So if you're online, we've got one more ride to go. Mitchell Louis from Queensland, Ruben Smith from Victoria. They've got one ride each. Whoever wins the next one will go through to the final for the gold and silver medals. Tonight, when we come back, you'll be able to watch online on SBS On Demand and hear Scott McGorry and Kate Bates if you're at home or if you're around Australia. Make sure you're on SBS On Demand and then join us again online tomorrow on AusCycling YouTube. Our evening session here starts at 6 p.m. Queensland time. So I hope you can all join us, and I hope you stick with us just for the next few minutes and see the ride-off between Mitchell and Ruben. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to our final race of today's session thus far. Remember, we'll be starting again at 6 p.m. with our racing tonight with the men's sprint, women's keirin, men's pursuit, junior sprint, and of course the scratch races for under 19 women and elite. So plenty of racing online on SBS On Demand later today. And of course live here as well. So plenty of great racing to come. We welcome back ride number 3 now between these two young men who have fought so hard today. Representing Queensland, please welcome back Mitchell Louis. Representing Victoria, please welcome Ruben Smith. They're one apiece. Whoever wins this one will be racing for gold later today. So Mitchell Louis leads away. There's really not much between these two riders, what we've seen so far. It really comes down to tactics. Mitchell got the better of the tactics in the first one. Ruben wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. Seen Ruben in the early rounds, very comfortable. When he's comfortable and well clear, he tends to look over his shoulder a fair bit, which is a little bit off-putting. But in that last ride, when he stepped out and went for it, did not look over his shoulder. Just put his head down and went for it. So he's a very fast boy when he gets going. Finds his way through the gap there. Going quite early here. Ruben Smith. He knows something about Mitchell Louis that we don't, because he's making this a very, very long sprint here. Ruben Smith, and Mitchell Louis giving it away already. So Ruben Smith is going to find himself in the final for the gold medal against Tate Ryan later tonight. But he is easily into the final. Put your hands together for Ruben Smith. He knew his opponent and he decided to take him on. Made it look like a pursuit final in the end. Well done to Ruben Smith. He will ride in the gold medal ride-off against Tate Ryan later on. Put your hands together for Mitchell Louis. He's going to line up and race for a medal in the National Championships on his home track here on the Anna Meares Velodrome. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's session. Our evening session will be underway at 6 p.m. Thank you for joining us on AusCycling YouTube's channel. And thank you for joining us here in the grandstands.